It's a great day for a Sunday matinee. We've got baseball here for you from PNC Park this afternoon. Pirates go for a series win as they entertain the Washington Nationals. And welcome into the booth. Joe Block and Bob Walk with you here on a throwback Sunday. And the Pirates, after falling last night, they won the opener in the series. And today they will go with the rookie Tyler Glasnow. Comes back into the rotation as he was earlier this season after a couple of nice relief appearances.
Well, we've had a lot of young guys come through this rotation in the last 4 weeks. And you're trying to win, but at the same time you are doing a little homework for next year. You're trying to see what guys are going to be in competition for that job. And it's been a little bit of a tryout type thing, and now Tyler's out there this afternoon. He's going to try and impress and put himself in a good spot for that starting rotation come next spring training.
An opportunity today too for his first major league victory, and he'll need some offense to get there. As we take a look at our Lowe's home field advantage, and Jung Ho Kang here at PNC Park has been one of the great contributors since the All-Star break.
Yeah, really some outstanding numbers here at PNC Park. Loves playing here, average almost 400. You can't do much better than that.
And a lot of power to go with that too. 16 runs batted in his 20 games here at PNC Park since the Midsummer Classic. And here today on this Sunday, it's also a Fan Appreciation Day as the Pirates host Washington. And we've got baseball coming up next right here on Root Sports.
Which you and I have been hoping for that for years.
Occasionally, there's going to be a scratch in the lineup, and today Brownie's a game time scratch.
He doesn't miss many games, but here we are, and the Pirates are going to take the field. And before the game, of course, we did have our national anthem and a moment of silence as Miami Marlins pitcher Jose Fernandez died during a boating accident last night. Gio Gonzalez, you see, very emotional, and The loss of anyone, any loss is terrific, horrible, and we're all feeling that this afternoon. But the games go on. The Marlins games will not go on, obviously, but the Pittsburgh Pirates are ready to get going against the Washington Nationals, hoping to take the third game of this 3-game series before the Cubs come to town for the final 4 games of the home schedule. So, Robert, on we go. We mourn the loss of everyone we know and who
yeah, obviously
passes.
with the players, there's a ton of big league players nowadays, a lot of teams, but it's still in the big picture of things, a kind of a small community, and a lot of the players are, even though they're not on the same team, they're still very close. There's friends, guys that have known each other really since sometimes since childhood, and as you could see before the game, some guys are really affected in a great way when something like this, a tragedy like this happens, and somebody at just 24 years old loses their life like that.
Yep, it's a horrible tragedy, and saw the reaction from Andrew McCutchen. As we get ready to start, Tyler Glasnow will be facing this Washington National lineup. Ben Revere getting the start in center field. Switch hitter Wilmer Depot at second base in place of Stephen Drew. Then it's Harper, Anthony Rendon. Clint Robinson gets the start at first base. Espinosa's at shortstop. Brian Goodwin in left. Jose Lobaton behind the plate for A.J. Cole, and Tyler Glasnow on the mound.
Going to take a look at the numbers brought to you by Hyundai of Tyler's, and this is one of those situations I talked about a little bit during the Open. You want to have this impressive start, kind of try and set yourself up for spring training next year. There's at least going to be a couple of spots in that rotation, you would think, open. A lot of young guys have gone through the starting rotation here in the last month. Tyler wants to finish up strong and be among that group that has an opportunity for next year.
And they certainly want him to be that kind of pitcher.
Yeah.
The Pirates are looking very much forward to having him do that. One thing we're going to watch for him this afternoon is his abilities to work with potential base stealers. He had a rough time against the Phillies, and we might have an occasion to see that right off the bat as Revere singles to right field. Honda defense behind Tyler Glasnow. Pedro Florimon gets the start at second base. Rodriguez in left, McCutchen in center, Josh Bell in right. Then it's Young, Mercer, Florimon, Jaso, and Eric Fry are getting the start behind the plate.
Well, Jay Bell's a Gold Glover, so
that's right.
Wouldn't be bad having him out there somewhere.
Yeah, it's not a bad deal.
He's a little older now, though. He probably wouldn't be able to have much range.
Not quite as quick. Switch hitter Wilmer Depot getting the start as the Nationals back off after clinching last night. See Glasnow giving Revere a look. Revere, when he came up, had a lot of speed. With the Philadelphia Phillies, they thought very highly of him, but he has moved around since. Has 12 steals. 3 switch hitters in the lineup for the Nationals this afternoon. Got to be a fun day for them. You see Glasnow being aware of Revere. Yeah, what is it? I think 5 stolen bases last start against the Phillies in 3 innings.
He's slow to the plate. There's no getting around that, and he's going to have to figure out a way to kind of quicken that up a little.
One of them is what he's doing now, the set position, and there's a lot of different things, and you can bet that when he got back active after that start against the Phillies, he did some work. They were working with him on set position, stepping off, side step, whatever can make him a little bit quicker. That's covering everything you need to see right there, and there he goes.
Hold it, put it in your pocket.
No contest. Had a clock on him. He was 1-4-3 getting this ball home, and with a good base stealer, you're never going to get anybody thrown out at 1-4-3, and that's the problem. It's you can have all the pickoff throws and that stuff you want. If you got the big leg kick and you're slow getting that catcher the ball, the catcher's not going to have a chance. He's got to cut down on that time of getting the ball to the catcher's glove. Got to be quicker. A left-hander, you know, you get that deception. He doesn't know if you're going to step toward first, you're going to step home. You know, you can kind of play games a little bit with that pickoff move. But a right-hander, when you decide to go home, quickness is your only defense. You got to get it there.
Yep, you're going to get burned all night long at this level. Guys that never run will run. So Revere's at second base, nobody out. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, working for Tyler. Fun afternoon. As you see, Jason Worth, Ramos is not in there, Drew's not in there, Turner. Yep, day after you clinch is a fun day. Bryce Harper playing.
He's in there.
Yep.
A lot of left-hand hitters are in there, as a matter of fact. Something that Glasnow is going to have to be dealing with all day long.
Dusty Baker winning again. Fouled away. It's kind of interesting. I was looking at some numbers comparing season-wise what Bryce Harper and Andrew McCutchen. Pretty similar numbers when it comes right down to it. Off years for both of these guys when compared to what they've done in the past. And they have done a lot in the past.
Yeah, those expectations for both of them. You know, it is what it is. I mean, you're the man. You're going to carry the team, and you know Harper has had so much press the last, say, 2 seasons. It's just been incredible. Sometimes everybody has an off year, and they got to hear about it when it happens.
Yep. It's amazing, but in our society now, you've got to do everything all the time, every year. There's no relief from the expectations. Yep. You do it once, well, you better do it all the time. And you wonder how much of that is fueled by economics too. They're paying these guys so much money that the expectations are lofty.
Let's take a look at our Rivers Casinos tips to win. Good fastball. I like to see Glasnow. You know, he's had this overpowering fastball coming up through the minor leagues. We've only seen it really one outing so far where he's gone out there and really, you know, blown people away with it. I like to see some 98s out of him this afternoon and better defense. We've been pretty poor in the field the last couple of nights, making a lot of mistakes out there. Perhaps getting Jordy back out at shortstop. You know, he's kind of the glue out there, makes everybody a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, he's been the glue all season. He's really had a strong defensive year.
Yeah, I think we were talking about Gold Glove and Jay Bell earlier. Jordy should get some votes for that. Yeah, I know he's not as flashy and as other guys that around the league and kind of draw attention to themselves.
And there they go again. And so the parade will continue until we throw somebody out, and that's the way this thing works.
It'll continue until he gets quicker to the plate. See the big. I mean, he's
7 or 8 steps.
Yeah, he's 6'8", so his big leg kick even is a little bit bigger than everybody else's. Did Revere come off the bag at any point there? Probably not.
But boy, you have to keep track of every slide before and after now.
I don't know who's faster, Revere or his horse.
I would say the horse, but I'm going to edge him out a little bit.
They had to get it to all those towns and let them know.
And he's got the lights too by day. Yeah.
They look like the Redcoats.
They're coming. Here they're coming on second and third.
Dave Joust right now talking about what are you going to do. You can see the way his body language was. Or he might have been talking about the tag at third base. Did he come off or not? I think Dave is the one that goes back to the telephone, doesn't he?
Yep.
That could have been what that conversation was.
New responsibility for infielders these days at second and third. You got to keep the tag on the guy. The world has changed. These guys slide so late.
Yeah, in the old days it was the ball beat him. You got the tag. You get it down and out, so you didn't get hurt. Now you got to kind of stand there and take the collision.
And guys were quick with that. They'd bounce that and they'd buy a call every once in a while by being quick with the tag. Harper at 243 with 24 home runs. Andrew McCutchen 258 with 24 home runs. Harper has a little edge in RBIs. We'll get an out at the cost of a run.
And moving a runner to third. That was a very productive out for the Nationals. Harper able to two birds with one stone there.
You know, last night in that mess in the fourth inning, it didn't seem like big things. The ball trickled away here, trickled away over there. I mean, it was the baseball was just all over the place, just far enough away to create a mess. That was as messy a half inning as you're going to see in a baseball game at this level. Adam Frazier part of that problem in the fourth inning. Pirates will play back and try to get a second out, even if it costs them a run. Rendon, very, very productive third baseman, excuse me. I was thinking of Espinosa as a very productive shortstop. Rendon's been fine, but you got a shortstop hitting 23 home runs like Espinosa has hit. That's a strong lineup. We're not going to get to that one. Going to the visitors' bullpen, and that's going to cost the second run and a very comfortable trip to second base for Anthony Rendon as he drives in his 80th run.
Yeah, he wasn't exactly looking for three on that one. He was.
The Nationals are in that comfort zone right now.
He just had the cruise control on that one. It's a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that he just rips into the gap.
Yeah, when it left the bat, it was going to be that good. And Uncle Ray coming out to the mound to talk to Glasnow, and Rendon is just in a division clinching comfort mode.
From about halfway to first on, it was almost like a home run trot. But they probably didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
Mm-hmm. You remember those days when you clinched the division? Well, that next day is a lot of fun. That night is a lot of fun.
Especially when you don't have to play the next day.
Oh, yeah. Almost as good as a starting pitcher when you win. You got 3 or 4 or 5 days off.
I don't know. Those guys are in there working out nowadays.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yeah.
Times have changed. Two 2-0 Nationals here with just one out in the top of the first inning. Clint Robinson getting the start at first base. A little something off the fastball. Again, if you're just joining us, Greg Brown very much under the weather with laryngitis, so I've jumped over from radio trying to help out. And Bob and I, well, we've done this act before.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We'll get you through the afternoon.
Remember one
as
year,
long as we need.
You and I did a whole road trip together on television side years ago.
Robinson strikes out. Second out here in the top of the first.
Joe is solo.
Yep. Greg Brown, really a severe case of laryngitis. Nothing more serious than that, but for a play-by-play guy, it is serious.
He didn't have any creme brulee, did he, before the game?
Not that I'm aware of. Usually he waits till after.
Yeah, that's
wears off.
That can get you.
Oh yeah.
Little shards, you know, from the stuff on top.
Oh, the crust, yep. 2 down. 2-0 Washington early. Here's the Espinosa that we were talking about. He's been batting 8th in this. This is a very, very solid lineup. You never know how far they're going to go in postseason play. All bets are off when you start all that stuff.
Yeah, last night when he laid down that bunt base hit, Joe said something to me. We were on the radio side. He said, "You don't see guys with 23 home runs drop down bunts very often." I said, "Well, you don't see him batting 8th very often either."
Exactly.
So yeah, he's pretty potent to have a shortstop that has that kind of pop in the bat and be able to hit him 8th. It's a good lineup, and they first place team. So congratulations to him.
This will be the 23rd pitch thrown by Tyler Glasnow here in the top of the first. Ray Searage has already been out. We've got a cast of thousands out in the bullpen, but you don't like to get to him extremely early. This should
do it.
Should close the door in the top of the first. If they get it right, and they don't get it right.
No, they didn't do it, did it?
Miscommunication. Florimon, 2 young players, and no excuse. Still no excuse.
Yeah, no, that's has nothing to do with being, a youth. That's just a poor play. We've seen this now for a while. I mean, that was one of our tips, or my tips, was got to play some better defense. But this is not better defense.
Yeah, this ball is up in the air for an hour. Florimon looking back, and then Bell trying to come in and still has a chance to get it.
Sun's no issue. This time of year, the sun is not an issue at all, as it would be in the middle of the summer when the sun's up over home plate.
So we have had, to be honest, 2 very, very sloppy, ugly ball games. We won one of them, and then last night it didn't happen, and you hate to see it start again on a Sunday afternoon in the 3rd game of the series. Goodwin with all his speed, getting the start in left field. Three nothing Nats. And a very tough first inning for Tyler Glasnow. When you're struggling like this, the last thing you need is a 2-out error just to keep it going. You're looking to get in the dugout.
Oh, yeah. You've already thrown 20-some pitches, so you want the inning to end just for that reason. And now he's got a few more to have to throw out there. I've coined a new term for these kind of pitches. These are unearned pitches.
Yep.
A couple games ago, I actually was keeping track of unearned pitches. And the reason I kind of half seriously started to do it was because the pitch count has become such a big deal nowadays that, yeah, pitches, unearned pitches are important.
That you shouldn't have had to throw.
Yeah, right. An unearned pitches can cost you a whole inning. Instead of throwing 7 innings, now you're throwing 6. Or instead of 6, 5.
So here we go, and here's a young man trying to do his best to impress the Pirates, looking forward to 2017. And so it just shortens the back end of his appearance. He's going to be out of there quicker.
Well, one of the things that he can still show, though, is how do you handle adversity? Body language. You attack the hitters, after something bad happens out there on the field. You can actually make something good out of something that happened bad.
He tries there, gets a second strikeout, but the Nats jump out in front 3-0 after a half.
Very good luck.
He looks like he's ready to go out for the links, right?
We got a whole garage. We got a whole closet back here. We can fix you up.
I need the gold jacket.
We got one back there.
Don't have one. So our good friend Greg Brown, laryngitis, huh?
Yeah, and he's can't talk, but happens sometimes. But Rob, we're glad you're here.
Rob King filling in for Greg Brown today, so good to be here. 3 runs scored in the first inning. Tyler Glasnow looking to settle in here as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning and our RAV4 starting lineup for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
You see Jaso, Bell, McCutcheon up at the top. Jaso, he was at that leadoff spot a lot this year, and this is the first time he's been up there in a while. And of course, the other guys about the same spot you normally see him. Mercer maybe a little bit higher up the ladder with Eric Fryer in there in that 8th spot.
You know, we have the expanded rosters in September. Expanded rosters. I guess I'm the 3rd play-by-play guy we've had in the booth today, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Expanded September rosters. Yeah. AJ Cole with the first pitch, facing John Jason. Strike one.
You've kind of come over in a trade, though. You're not you're not a young rook for sure coming up. So.
I hope I'm in for the rest of the game.
Yes.
Let's put it that way.
You want a CG?
Ball away. There was a game in which Babe Ruth was pitching, and he walked the first batter, argued, got thrown out of the game after the first pitcher, and the guy who came in for him, as we get ready here for the pitch to Jaso, strike 2. The guy who came in for him pitched a perfect game after that, 27. So I'm not calling a perfect game here. I'm just saying it's not unprecedented in the annals of baseball history.
Things like that happen.
1-2 to Jaso. Fisted foul. How was the first inning? I was listening to it as I scurried in.
Not good.
Yeah.
It should have just been a 2-run inning, but poor defense made it a 3-run inning. That's something that we certainly have been battling lately, making the plays.
Up and away to Jaso. Big shift here on the right side.
Jaso pretty much, especially when the ball's on the ground, he's going to pull the ball. When he became say a number 6 hitter and pinch hitting, he really got to where he was going up there, looking to put a little pop into his swing, which really turned him into a pull the ball on the ground type guy.
And there it is.
3%, 9%, not much action over on that left side.
Worked the count full here, 3-2. Draws the walk. By the way, Ernie Shore, our crack staff, as you call them, the gypsies right in the truck, coming up with the name Ernie Shore, was the guy who relieved Babe Ruth in that game. Josh Bell up now. Beautiful day for baseball. Wow.
It has been a gorgeous September. That's for sure. Always is here. September, October. You couldn't be in a better part of the country.
Josh Bell to the plate, homered last night. Takes the strike inside. There's Josh's numbers.
Got an off-speed pitch last night, drove it out of here. That's kind of been his MO though in the short time we've seen him, is that he will wait a long time. Basically fastballs, he's going to try and drive those to left field, which he does frequently for extra bases.
Fouls this one away. Now as a pitcher opposing a guy like that, looking to, again, to explain to people, looking to drive the fastball away, and therefore when you start to swing, if it's a breaking pitch and a little slower, you can pull that out.
Yeah,
right?
and that's what you're looking for. Not the good breaking ball, but the bad breaking ball. Something slow that's left out over the plate, elevated a little bit, you're going to be right on time for that to drive it over the fence. And that's what we've seen early on with Bell.
0-2 pitch coming. Takes for a ball. He's shown a very good eye, so he doesn't chase a lot of pitches. That approach, if you're an opposing pitcher, is that a tougher guy to face than, say, a guy who maybe has some holes in his swing or that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, and he and I actually had this conversation up in Milwaukee the other day, that a guy is going to attack him if he has a cutter or a short slider. He's going to be trying to run it in on his hands all day long. That's where he wants to throw that ball.
Ball down low, because that is the next question, right? That's a hard, if you're waiting on the fastball, harder to get to that when it's inside, right?
And he said, yeah, he goes, I've noticed over the last week or so, as the scouting report gets out, guys are trying to throw me more fastballs in, trying to tie me up. Guys that have the good fastballs, and guys that have the cutters, the ball that's going to be moving toward him anyway, they want to put that ball in on his hands, knowing that he's going to be waiting a little bit, like that pitch right there. Now, because it's down, he can actually, it's kind of funny, he can actually get to that ball down quicker than you can a ball that's above the waist when it's inside. Just if you just think of the flight path that the head of the bat has to take.
Sure.
When it's more of a golf swing, you can still get to that and hit it over the strike zone, right over the plate. But if the ball is up and you want to hit it with the head of the bat, you've got to hit it out in front of the plate. So when that ball is in and it's above the belt, that's a tough pitch for him to hit.
Two very similar at bats, by the way, as Cole gets ahead of both Jaso and Bell, winds up walking of both. Two guys that have very good eyes, have drawn their share of walks. And so when you're Josh Bell, eventually, just to kind of finish this off as we have a little meeting on the mound, do you have to change your approach? Do you begin to look for a certain pitch early in a count?
No, you have
to look for that fastball in and maybe drive it.
If there's guys that do that, you got to tip your hat to them. Now, if there's one guy that consistently gets you out in the same spot, okay, yeah, you might have to change. But just because I'm saying, okay, this is what the pitcher has to do. Well, everybody knows what they have to do. It's the execution. You've seen a lack of execution here these last two at bats. Cole knows what he was supposed to do out there, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't hit a spot, and he ended up walking both of them after getting out ahead.
Andrew McCutchen sees one in the outside corner.
I mean, sitting up here for me talking about pitching is easy. Look at my stat sheet, and you can see that it wasn't.
Oh, it was pretty good.
So
it was pretty good.
It's not as easy to be able to do what you know you're supposed to do.
1-1 pitch. Yeah, the human element. Sometimes as fans we forget that, right?
Yeah, it's and different days, different scenarios, different ballparks, weather, whatever might be bothering you can affect it in either a positive or negative way, your actual execution.
1-1 from Cole, up high, 2-1.
A great opportunity now to put that top of the first in the rearview mirror. Get at least one or two in, maybe even all of them.
McCutchen having an excellent month of September, just one hit shy of 1,300 for his career. Takes away again, 3-1. Cole continuing to have trouble finding the strike zone.
Yeah, this time a little different scenario here, where he was trying to strike the first two guys out, Now he's trying not to give up a 3-run homer. That's why he's missing the strike zone now.
Ball 4. He has walked the first 3 batters he has faced. Jung-Ho Kang will come to the plate with the bases loaded, but not before a visit to the mound. Another to try to calm down A.J. Cole.
Yeah, you know, you're not going to tell him anything he doesn't know. That's for sure. This is just trying to, you know, like I guess they still have 20-second timeouts in basketball. You know, try to break the momentum.
Right.
Thing. That's all this is. This is like a 20-second timeout, trying to break the bad momentum that he's got going. It looked like maybe he tried to tell a joke. There was a little chuckle there at the end. That's all you can do. I mean,
so you're not, it's not a mechanical discussion or anything at this
stage?
It
can be, but that's useless during the game, I think. I mean, I can't even tell you how many times you go, hey, you're flying open. Oh, yeah. You don't think I know it? I just walked 4 guys in a row.
So Kang up after that meeting at the mound.
Mechanical stuff, that's your sideline work in the bullpen in between starts. Tough to deal with mechanics during a game when you're out there pitching. There's a lot of other things you need to think about before, you know, where are my hands when I'm taking the ball out of the glove.
Starts Kang off with a walk. 19 pitches, 13 of them have been balls from A.J. Cole. That was a strike, 1-1.
Barely.
Jaso at third. Bell at second. McCutchen at first. All walking in this bottom of the first inning. 1-1 pitch. Called strike on the outside corner. Pretty good numbers with the bases loaded, to say the least, for Jung-Ho Kang. One-two pitch. Fouled off by Kang. So now Cole, and a lot of times you'll see that, Bob, when a guy's been a little wild, maybe he won't get that pitch on the edge of the strike zone, and Cole's gotten a pair of them in this at bat.
Yes, he has. You know, I really think that the way umpires have, you know, called that strike zone has changed a little bit over the years. Over, you know, the last, say, 20 or so.
1-2 pitch. 2-2. And a lot of that is because they're using this now to judge umpires, right? So they have to make sure that this is part of the grading process.
You know,
right?
A lot of times when, you know, games were getting out of hand or somewhat things like, you know, the strike zones all of a sudden would get real big. You know, in an 8-1 game, those kind of things I don't think happen anymore because of what you just said.
3-2 now to Kang.
I think the umpires are really kind of locked in to that strike zone, no matter what's going on, whether it's a wild pitcher, you know, 10-1 game in the 8th, whatever it is, it's still the strike zone is the strike zone.
Bases loaded, 3-2 count. Fouled off again.
Cole can't like that as much as he's struggling right now. Throws a 3-2 pitch for a strike with the bases loaded and it gets fouled off. Of course, worse things could happen.
Yes. That's a pretty good pitch to hit for Jung-Ho Kang. 25 pitches, 15 of them have been balls. 26th pitch on the way. Kang rips it down the left field line, but it curves foul. And so the runners will retreat, and Kang will head back to the batter's box. Hit it hard, just a little out front.
Yeah, that's one of the worst things that could happen. That's what I was talking about. He could, you know, hit a home run, hit a double, whatever, tie this ball game up.
A lot of hook on that ball. Kang right back up through the middle, and it is going to land in safely. Bell had to hesitate, and so all the runners safe. A run scores. Jaso comes in, and it's 3-1, and still nobody out.
Jung Ho did a nice job on this one, going back through the middle. Look where the location is. It's going to be off the plate a little. That's the ball. If he tries to pull like he did the number 8 pitch, you're possibly going to roll over on it and hit a nice little ground ball to shortstop for a double play. That's what they were looking for, what they were hoping with that fastball away. But Jung Ho able to sit back, wait on that a little bit, and hit the ball back through the middle, avoid that ground ball.
Gong continues to add to his formidable numbers. His career with the bases loaded, now a 500 hitter, 7 for 14 in those situations as Sean Rodriguez comes to the plate.
And hitting well. We talked about this in the open. Joe and I, Jung Ho's numbers here at home. Second half of the season, almost a 400 batting average here at PNC Park. Likes this ballpark.
Had that big mid-season slump, but started well, and
since he came back from the shoulder stiffness, he has been ripping the cover off the ball.
0-1 pitch. Rodriguez hits one deep out to left field. It's going to be a sacrifice fly, and it's going to allow all the runners. Well, the runner on second, Andrew McCutchen, will move up. Jung Ho Gong will not. Runner comes in. That's Josh Bell, and it's a 3-2 game. Well, he hit this one well, but to the deepest part of the ballpark.
Yeah, look at that slow curveball. He really waited nice on it. Went down and got it airborne.
Mercer steps up to the plate. Runners on first and third, and Tyler Glasnow sees his team battle back for a couple of runs here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, got 2 of them back already. Giving him a fresh start, perhaps.
You put yourself in those shoes as a rookie pitcher. You give up some runs in the first, or you kind of calmed a little bit when your team comes back and gives you a couple?
Not really. Yeah, I mean, that is what happens to an older guy. He's been around a while. You know, you give up some early ones, and then your team comes back, and then it's like, oh, okay, good, mulligan. You know, that's the way you look at it. That's what you want a young guy to think, you know, so that he will calm himself down. Normally the youngsters are a little excitable.
Mercer pops one up, and that will be the second out of the inning. Oh boy, Jung Ho Gong now takes off, and then the throw back to the plate. McCutchen scores. Wow, what a turn of events. We're all tied up.
Yeah, this is a play that you see him work on all the time in spring training, but you hardly ever see it during the season, where you tag up at first base and you try to draw a throw. And if somebody is going to make a long throw to second, if you've got any speed at third base, you should be able to score on this.
And they had plenty of speed, Andrew McCutchen, and he was alert for the throw.
Really, if you see this, watch where the third baseman is. See where Rondon is? So, like, see how Kutch is coming off a little way? Kutch could have came halfway down there to where they wouldn't even have been able to make a return throw. Somebody needed, it should have been Rondon. Somebody had to stay at third base, so Kutch wouldn't have had that leeway. I mean, that would have been a much tougher play if Rondon would have stayed in his position to keep Kutch close to third base.
Florimon up, 33rd pitch for Cole. 1-1.
See, look where the third baseman is. There's nobody at third base. Kutch could have ran way earlier than he even did.
Gratifying, I'm sure, for the coaching staff, because you don't see that very often. They work on it, like you said. To see it work is great.
It's one of those things, you know, they work on like the foul balls down the lines, you know, either line. I mean, if you have to make a throw from, say, the rain tarp all the way to second base, chances are, so what you have to do in that scenario, if there's no cutoff man in between you and where you got to throw the ball, that's another thing they work on, is the defense for that. Getting cutoff guys in the right spot so that the throw can be cut off and you can get the guy at third.
That's a play you just don't see very often, no matter how much you work on it.
But even the cutoff doesn't work if you don't have anybody standing at third. So Nationals totally caught off guard there.
35 pitches for A.J. Cole in this first inning. (3-2) count again. 36 pitches now for Cole. We saw Martin up in the bullpen warming up for Washington. This does not look like it's going to be a particularly long day for A.J. Cole. There's Martin. His 5th 3-ball count. Clermont will pop this up.
Brand new ball game.
Espinosa makes the grab, but the Pirates come back with 3 in the bottom of the first, tied at 3 after 1.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, Health for All. By Bordas & Bordas, official legal partners of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Visit bordaslaw.com. And by Day Automotive, we're gonna make your day. Let's go Bucks!
Beautiful day for baseball here in Pittsburgh. The Nationals and Pirates tied at 3. Greg Brown off today. Rob King filling in for Greg Brown. As oh, look at this. Yeah, it's a good day to bring the family down here. You know, it's interesting. That fly ball by Rodriguez, I was wondering if Gong should have tagged up and moved from first to second. You know, get out of the double play, make the Washington Nationals figure out what to do with their infield defense. And it really turned out perfectly, didn't it, with that bizarre pop-out tag-up play.
Yeah, it did work out pretty nicely. Why you practice all of those?
And Glasnow misses with the first 2. Lobaton's numbers on the season. Glasnow misses again. I did not see the first inning of play. Was listening to it a little bit, but control issues for Glasnow.
A little bit. That really wasn't the total issue. The play that hurt him was the ball in the gap.
Reno becomes 3-1.
And then the pop fly that was dropped. Those were the 2 big plays. Rondon hit a line drive to the bullpen fence. That cost him a couple runs, and then the pop fly got Rondon home. That was out there just shallow center field, or excuse me, shallow right field. That's the first inning in a nutshell.
And Greg Brown, a case of laryngitis, right? Then
I wasn't over there. I heard that. I mean, I tried to talk to him this morning. He didn't say much. I thought he was just in a bad mood.
Well, this ball is hit crisply out to right center field. Lobaton will swing around first and stop there as Bell gets the ball in for the Pirates.
I know he made it through the Neil Huntington show, so it must have been something that was just progressively getting a little worse.
And Greg Brown giving way to Steve Blass, who is now over on the radio side.
Steve came over and sat beside me for a little bit. They never leave me by myself, even for a pitch.
Cole squaring to bunt.
Tag
at the plate,
double
and
play.
the tag at second for the double play.
Boy, Cole's having a bad day, isn't he?
Yeah. Yep, that's one he's not going to remember fondly. Interesting decision here to go for the tag first and then the throw.
Yeah, it really wouldn't have made much difference. It would have been an easier double play if he would have got the force out at second, and then obviously with Cole just standing there admiring his bunt, they would have had the out at first base with ease. Thank you, guys.
So that cleans things up for Glasnow, who could use an efficient inning after running up his pitch count in the first. 94, strike one to Ben Revere.
That will pick you up probably better than the 3 runs. A play like that where leadoff hitter is aboard, and then kind of a messed up bunt play turns into 2 outs. Cole just kind of stood there, didn't try to like run around behind him or anything.
Well, you talk about a perfect throw.
See, if you avoid that tag, like when he goes to try and tag you, maybe take a step back or something. Just all you got to do is make him hesitate for, another blink of the eye. You don't have the out at second base. But because you just stood there and allowed yourself to be tagged, then Fryer had time to fire it down and get a tag out at second.
2 very unusual plays we've seen in the first inning and a half so far. That sacrifice fly pop up. That's going to be an infield single for Revere, who runs well. I don't remember very frequently seeing the tag at home, tag at second double play.
No, there's been a lot of that of late.
Really?
Things that, well, not that play, things that you don't see.
I thought I missed something.
No, there's been a lot of things you don't see, believe me.
It's getting a little nervous there. I am watching the games, doing the post-game show and all that stuff, right?
There's been, I would say, 4 or 5 things over the last couple of months where I've kind of thought to myself, wow, I haven't seen that before.
Wilmer Defoe up. He drew a walk, scored a run in the second.
And umpire grab a player and try to pull him out of the play.
That was an unusual
Haven't
play.
seen that before. So there's something every couple days of late.
Well, you almost expect now with the Nationals, right? And any team with some fast runners, they're going to go immediately, right?
Yeah, they will go.
Not a big league for Revere. Easy.
I had him on the clock earlier, and he was on the steal of second base. Glasnow, I had him like 145-ish. That's too slow, and Revere's going to make it every time.
Not running here. Defoe fouls it off.
There, I'll get the clock out again here. Since Revere hasn't taken off, it gives me an opportunity for another. See if Tyler's quickened up his delivery to the plate.
Once again, Revere back easily on the throw from Glasnow.
It's a challenge to be quick home when you're as tall as Tyler is.
A 1 pitch. Here not running, ball up high.
That was better. I mean, I might have been a little late starting the gun. I got a bad jump if I was running. But had it been a 1.38 that time.
And what would a pitcher be ideally looking for?
If you got a fast guy, I think you got to be 1.3 or quicker.
Here took a couple of steps, then stopped. Breaking pitches in for strike 2.
A 1.46 on that one.
Okay.
Wish I had an actual stopwatch. I'm not.
In the first inning, you thought it was what?
About like what that was, about a 1.46. I can't remember now what I had, but it was.
Davey Lopes does have the watch over there. 1-2 pitch. Another breaking pitch. Freezes up Defoe and gets Glasnow out of this second inning. Still tied at 3 as the Pirates get ready for the bottom half. This greater coverage of baseball is brought to you by T-Mobile, and this is the time of year where teams start clinching their postseason berths. The Red Sox did it last night, winning their 10th straight, beating Tampa Bay. First time they've been to the playoffs since 2013. The Dodgers can clinch the NL West with a win today against the Rockies in the final home broadcast for the retiring Vin Scully, a guy I'm sure you grew up listening to, Bob, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. That's every game. He and Dick Enberg for the Angels. And they're both still behind the Meg. Guys I listened to when I was a kid. Had a couple of great careers, obviously. Scully, one of the legends, really, of the game.
Fryer fists one over to the right side. Over to first from Defoe, and one away here in the bottom of the second.
Steve Blass just came over to give us an upgrade on, or an update on Greg. Apparently he has throat discomfort.
Is that right?
Yes. He'll be day to day.
Is he? I was going to. That was my next question. Is he day to day?
He's day to day with throat discomfort.
Okay. I'll have to be on my P's and Q's then, right?
Yeah. You have to be just a phone call away, whatever.
I was just a phone call away today. As Tyler Glasnow comes to the plate. Wish Greg a speedy recovery. Glasnow takes strike 1. You're mentioning out there in the mound is a tough time to talk about mechanics, and you said it's between starts that you want to work on that as we get the 0-1 to Glasnow. Is it something you can talk about or think about between innings of a game?
You can, but if there's nothing that can be said to you, say, here's the thing about, like, and I'll use this, you're flying open on your front side example.
Glasnow down on strikes.
Like I said before, I was told many times over the years, you're flying open. I went on a rehab start in Carolina, one time, and I pitched 5 innings of my rehab start before I came up, and I finished off in the bullpen. They wanted to get me to a certain pitch count, and Spin Williams was the pitching coach down there, and we were talking about flying open and how, you know, he mentioned the same thing, that, you know, you were flying open during the game, and I'm like, well, yeah, I know I was flying open, but he told me something that actually helped prevent that nobody had ever told me before. And it was just a really simple little thing that I did that was kind of like, I guess, a key to think about that made all the physical stuff fall into place by doing just one thing. From that point on, every time a catcher would look out at me and give me the shoulder turn, like that, it's everybody knows, you know, when they do that to you, they're telling you your front side's flying open, keep it in. Well, from that point on, when I saw that, I knew, oh, okay, I know what to do. In fact, I shared it with both Spanky and Sluggo, and they quit giving me the shoulder turn. They would actually give me this little sign that would make me remember what it was I was supposed to do. So that's what you like to have happen. Good curveball there by Cole.
And for the younger fans, that's Lavalier and Slot when you say Spanky and Sluggo, as we were 3-3 heading to the top of the third.
Well, here at the ballpark, it's Atlantic 10 Conference Day, and Commissioner Bernadette McGlade threw out one of the ceremonial first pitches. Pretty darn good pitch, if you ask me, and we are pleased to be joined here by Commissioner McGlade. And Commissioner, when you look at the Atlantic 10 Conference, they have a day at the ballpark today. It's a great basketball conference. What's this day like for you and the conference?
It's really exciting. We're going to bring the A10 Men's Championship here in March, and it's just to be here in this sports town, to be here and to see everything that Visit Pittsburgh and Console is doing and rolling out the carpet. We're just thrilled to death. So
it's going to be March 8th to 12th at the Console Energy Center, the Atlantic 10 Championships. Great basketball. What can you tell any of those fans that enjoy college basketball what they could expect to see?
Well, first off, they need to get out and get tickets because it's going to be a great event. We've got just nationally ranked teams. I think you're going to see some of the best in the country, and not only teams right in the A10 championship, but then teams that are going to go and compete for the NCAA championship. Okay, now I have to ask you, Commissioner McGlade, we got the President Duquesne here in the suite. We have the athletic director here. What kind of year can they have? I think they're going to have a fabulous year. They've really done a great job. They've got new leadership, and I think that Coach Ferry's just been fabulous. And so, again, if you don't have the tickets for the Dukes, you better get them as well. I know you don't have a rooting interest, but we do, okay? We're rooting for the Dukes. All right, you can root. I'm the ambassador for all. There it is. Commissioner Bernadette McGlade, Rob. It's going to be great stuff at the Console Energy Center in March.
Robbie, thanks very much. Loving that jacket, that blazer. Those blazers are pretty cool. There's a Duquesne basketball fan right there. Maybe, right?
Well, we got one back here for you. Like, you can have a. Wear the gold if you like.
It's pretty neat. I mean, I remember those gold. They kind of remind me of the. You're talking about Dick Enberg, like the wide world of the sports look too. You know.
All the time. Agony of defeat.
Let's not forget the thrill of victory we're looking for here today. Oh boy!
I was thinking of the guy going down the ski.
Oh yeah, when he came off when he fell off, that was the greatest
always
open, wasn't
the
it?
agony of defeat right at that moment.
Boy, ask and you shall receive. Look at this.
I think it goes good with the tie you got on it.
You think so?
Yeah, it's not the
black and gold tie.
So we always, Joe and I always wear.
It's ripped to the corner. And Harper runs well, obviously. He's in there for 2. Now he's going to try for 3. And the ball from Bell overthrown. They might have had a chance on the relay. Instead, Harper in for a triple and appears as if he is shaken up.
There was no reason for him to slide, and now, boy, how about that?
That is the last thing you want to see right now.
Absolutely. The ball is in shallow left field, and
Harper is up.
Like I said, don't know why he slid. Maybe a replay will show us. I can't believe Henley was telling him to get down.
Dusty Baker looking on. Let's get another look. Into the corner here for Bell. And then misses the cutoff man. And was Jung Ho Kang trying to deke him out there?
It looks, yeah, he's like faking a tag.
Ooh.
Oh, man. Yeah, that is. It's
not pretty. Now, I will say this in Jung Ho Kang's defense. That ball is wide. If it skips past, your cutoff man and rolls to the fence, and Harper standing on his feet, he just trots home.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. That's what, that Jung Ho can tell him. He said, well, I wanted you to slide. I didn't want you just to turn and run home. Because the throw looked like it was going to be, going over by the rain tarp. I mean, it's like somebody trying to steal second base on a pop fly, and you try to act like you're taking a throw to tag him,
right?
So that he'll stay there, and somebody can catch the pop fly and get the double play. It's the same type deal.
Well, Harper is not having a good second half here. He's not finishing the season strong, but he is still such an integral part of this offense. In a game really that doesn't mean a whole lot for them, they would hate to see him have to leave this game.
Now there's the throw going away, and so now, yeah, Jung Ho just wants him to slide so he'll stay there. That's, I'm sure, why he did that. I mean, he's not doing that just to make somebody slide and maybe get hurt. And now there's some jabbering going on between Dusty Baker and the Pirate dugout.
Well, Dusty doing a little drive-by there, and I'm sure that wasn't appreciated by the Pirates dugout.
The umpires are trying to tell everybody to basically shut up.
And we don't know where that started, right? We're just seeing it. We can't hear it. We don't know if the Pirates dugout started it or Dusty Baker started it. So I should make that clear. I called it a drive-by, but well, it may have emanated from the Pirates dugout.
We understand why the Washington has a problem with that, but at the same time, we also can see there was a reason to try and make Harper slide, because the throw was getting away.
Rendon drove a run in the first inning with a double. Takes inside. Rendon, very high draft choice. That has settled in nicely for the Washington Nationals at third base. One pitch, 1-1. 51 pitches now for Glasnow. Pretty good second, kind of got him back in where you wanted to be. As we take a look here at Harper, maybe that hand that they were looking at is taking the glove off.
If he would have just slid and it wouldn't have looked like he got hurt, then you wouldn't have had that confrontation. But because it's Harper, because it looked like he got hurt, because they just clinched, and maybe right. Why is Harper even playing in this game? There's a lot of things that kind of was coming together there, making it a little bit of a perfect storm and getting everybody a little riled up.
2-1 pitch by Rendon up the middle. Jordy Mercer spins, throws the first. Beautiful play, although he is safe at first as Harper scores. From the naked eye, I thought he was out at first, but Harper comes in to score. We'll see if the Pirates challenge it. The Nationals will have the lead regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, that really was a great play by Mercer. We were talking earlier about how he's really the glue out there in the infield. And it seems like when he's not out at shortstop, we really miss him, that defense. But this is just a brilliant defensive play. Beautiful, strong throw right on the money.
I think he's safe.
Yeah, I don't think they'll challenge that one. Could hear Clint there, I think, in the background yelling, "Go ahead."
I believe that was Clint.
Yep.
Second RBI of the game for Rendon. 4-3 lead for the Nationals. Clint Robinson up at the plate, struck out in the first. After these clinching games, sometimes a little later celebration, and you don't see a lot of the regulars in the lineup the next day. You got to field somebody, though, right? Somebody's got to be out there playing. Breaking pitch by Glasnow, ahead 0-2. Also got ahead of Harper before Harper fouled a couple pitches off, hit that triple into the right field corner. See if he can finish it off here now in the 0-2 pitch. He cannot. Single to right field. Puts runners on first and second with nobody out. Well, Glasnow's had a couple batters look at tough left-handers where he's gotten ahead, and you're looking for something here that he could finish him off with. This one lined out to right field. Is that, again, an adaptation for a guy coming from the minors to the majors? What's that pitch that's going to be able to finish guys off at this level?
If Glasnow is throwing that power fastball, then that's not an issue. I think the issue he is having right now is that he's throwing the ball 93 miles an hour instead of 96, 97, maybe even 100, which is what, you know, the scouting reports has told us he throws. The fastball, the power fastball, except for the one time, I think it was maybe his first time out of the bullpen.
2 appearances out of the bullpen ago, not this last one, but the one before that.
He threw the ball very hard that night, and that was the fastball. And we were talking about, I think I was with Joe that night, talking about, wow, there it is. That's the fastball that we've been hearing about all these years since he was drafted. But that put away power, throw the ball right by somebody fastball hasn't really been there for him here late in the year. Now maybe he's just kind of run down a little bit. These guys never pitch in September. The minor league season is over in August. So this is new for all of them, and it could just be getting a little fatigued out there.
I think he talked a little bit about maybe a mechanical tweak that would allow him to get a little more velocity. Could be, as you mentioned, simply fatigue. Pitch fouled off.
That fastball at 93, and that is not, 93 is not an overpowering fastball. Up.
Looks like
talking about Harper's hand.
Yep.
I imagine his day will be done. I'm surprised they left him at third base. You know, why not take him in right then? This game totally meaningless to Washington as far as who wins or loses.
0-1. Espinosa showing bunt. once again. Glasnow missing. Now 2-1, and Fryer wants to come out and have a chat after that 94-mile-an-hour fastball. And Hurdle looking on.
Might not be too many more pitches from going to that bullpen. Clint's been real quick to go to the bullpen for about a week now. Even with guys that are been throwing the ball very well. I mean, he's gone to that pen, and Glasnow really struggling right now. They got a chase on a curveball to even the count.
And it's been a variety of different reasons. I mean, I think some of it has just been there's been opportunities in games where maybe you send a pinch hitter up there. You've got the expanded bullpens down there, right? Other times it's maybe a shorter leash on a guy because it's late in the season. So
Yeah,
you've seen a variety of different reasons.
right. But I mean, guys are going like 4 or 5 innings now.
Right. And the bullpen's been effective too, so that's probably helped a little as well. 2-2 pitch now. Just really hasn't found a rhythm here today, has he?
No, not really. And we really haven't seen a really live power fastball from him. First inning, I saw at least one that was 96. There was a pitch to Revere that I think it was the base hit to right field, as a matter of fact, was 96.
Well, one of the things I know fans speculate about, and I'll at least bring it up because some fans might be thinking it, that when you see teams running on, and look, he didn't give up a lot of hits at the minor league level, but still walks are base runners. Base runners are stealing bases. Are you maybe guilty of trying to guide a pitch or two into the strike zone as opposed to just letting it go because you're fearful of walking guys? I don't know, again, you know.
I mean, absolutely.
Here's the 2-2 from Glasnow. And he locks him up with a breaking pitch, gets the strikeout. First out here of the third inning.
They got the curveball chase for strike 2. And put that one literally right center in the middle of the plate for strike 3.
You got Goodwin looking in the first. That's who you'll face here now. Brian Goodwin, the left fielder for the Nationals. Inside at 92 miles an hour. Beautiful day for baseball. Goodwin's average doesn't have a lot of at bats. The average going from 310 to 300 after one at bat. That's when you know you don't have a lot of at bats. Kind of those April batting averages you see sometimes, or call up batting averages.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of bats that you have to get really before you make that batting average become something that's important.
Suntan lotion figuring in prominently today. Hard to imagine that in late September. Weather's been warm, beautiful month. Goodwin waves at that one. 1-2 now. Still hot enough to have to stay in the shade this time of year.
Oh, this is a hot sun.
It's the streaks of the Jets. Some low clouds. Are this serious clouds, Bob? What do we have over there on the horizon? Do you know your clouds?
No, I have
Strata
no idea about
clouds or something?
Clouds.
Goodwin goes down for the second time today. 2 outs now.
A couple of strikes out in a row here. Strikeouts in a row. It's the curveball that's really working for him now. Threw a couple.
There's the Allegheny Health Network Super Mo giving you that nice shot. His rotation.
Good cover
dips.
bounce.
5 strikeouts now through 2 2/3. Extremely high strikeout numbers. Batting average against in the 170s for his career in the minor leagues. Glasnow's been a very difficult guy to hit. Giving up 7 of them though through 2 2/3 here against the Nationals. Gets Lobaton out in front of that breaking pitch.
I think Glasnow's found something here. They can't touch his curveball. He's just throwing one right after another, getting swings and misses. Gotta believe he'll throw another one here.
0-1. It is another breaking pitch, and it's popped up out into short center field. And McCutchen will put it away for the third out of the inning. Nationals do get one and retake the lead up 4-3. This year's Pirates team has gotten an infusion of talent from the minors, with several rookies proving they're big league ready. Look back at their immediate impact with the club on a special Inside Pirates Baseball Rookie Ringers, debuting tomorrow at 6 p.m. on Root Sports. Put together by our producer Jack Becker. A very capable editing staff as we take a look at Jung Ho Kang here for the Buccos as we head to the bottom of the third inning.
There's Jung Ho right there. You can see him talking about that play and why he did it. And he's talking about the throw getting away, and saying, hey, I want to pin him right to third base. I don't want him to be on his feet where he might score. I'm sure that's what he's saying.
And Chris Heisey has replaced Harper. Harper out. Apparently some discomfort in the thumb. They were kind of pointing to the webbing between the thumb and the finger. Not sure what it is. Josh Bell to the plate. Cole still in there. Had really the kind of inning he needed. A pretty efficient bottom of the second inning. Curveballs away, 2-0. Pitch. 3-0. Cole had all that trouble in the first inning with bases on balls. It's interesting, when I was looking at Bell's numbers here, we get the 3-0 pitch to Bell. He'll take strike one. Kind of think of him as a middle of the order kind of guy, and maybe eventually he'll grow into that. But boy, this patience at the plate has been interesting to see, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and I still think that it could be an RBI type force.
He has to go back and get the bat on a pitch that was well away. You can see why he thought it was ball four, but still kind of embarrassing, I think, for Bell.
Well, this has happened to Bell, I think, quite a bit in the last week, where a lot of pitches have not gone his way.
3-2 pitch, lifted into the air out to left field. And Goodwin will settle under it for the first out of the bottom of the third inning. saw Andrew McCutchen tagging up from third on a foul pop after Gong drew the throw to second, and heads up play by Kutch in the Gong Show. What hustle by the Kutch, a tie game, and Kutch with a sneak attack. As we get your Twitter reaction from Andrew McCutchen's game-tying run at that moment. The Nationals have added one to take the 4-3 lead. Fouls that one back.
See if there's any difference in the way that Cole pitches him now. He was so afraid of him in that first inning with a couple of guys on base. He pitched around him to load the bases, so it was kind of unusual move in a 3-zip ball game. But first pitch, he seemed to go after him. And does it again and is out in front 0-2.
One of the things Andrew McCutchen talked about, obviously, yeah, it was a good play down the line. Obviously, obviously not having, a great season up to his standards, that he feels like he's still being pitched very carefully. So that lets him know that he thinks the opposition still respects what he's capable of doing.
See, I think that's kind of
strikes out here.
Changed of late. There was a point midsummer where you could see guys were going after him. They were pitching around other people and not Kutch. But that has gone back the other way. I would say at least maybe the last couple of weeks. You saw it a ton on that last road trip, where now he is getting that respect again, because word's out, Kutch is hitting again. Got to be careful. He's the guy you don't want to have.
Wow. Yeah, he's tossed from the game immediately. Cole throws that pitch behind the head of Jung-Ho Gong, and now some of the Nationals wandering out onto the field, some of the Pirates as well.
You could have bet the house on that one.
And Francisco Cervelli obviously not very happy. Umpires trying to keep order here. Oh, now Cervelli's charging out here as Rodriguez is out as well.
Well, Sean Rod's going to be out on the point.
Yep, and he is. And Lobaton was trying to keep the peace, but that's not happening now as both bullpens empty as well.
Now Washington wants to be careful here. I mean, the whole reason for this is because one of their guys got hurt possibly. Now they don't want to get into a brawl and get more people hurt. So this is a bad situation for really both teams to be in, but especially Washington. They do not want a brawl.
Now Worth pointing at Cervelli, and Cervelli pointing back at Worth.
Worth has been the jabber monkey for Washington. He's been the one that's been running his mouth the most.
Garrett Cole trying to calm Rodriguez.
And Sean and Cervelli, I think, are the guys with the yellow shirts that are doing most of the talking. And I think actually it's Worth and the Pirate pair, the two guys that are going at each other verbally.
And some gloves scattered around the infield. The teams scattered around the left field foul line here.
This is not a cut and dry thing. We talked about it when it was happening. Jung-Ho making a play for a reason. He didn't do it just to make him slide for nothing. He did it because he didn't want him to score. But Washington, they don't want to hear that. Guys in the red shirts, they don't want to hear that.
Harper ducked back into the dugout.
All they know is their superstar could have gotten hurt. That's what they're thinking. So there it is. I mean, you decide which way is right or wrong, but that's why it all happened.
The game has changed, Bob, but I know that even in your time when throwing inside happened more frequently when Steve was playing, that pitch up behind the guy's head is the one that the batters really, really don't like, because your instinct is to duck backwards. And if you duck back, you can get hit in the head. And that's obviously a place nobody wants to get hit. I mean, nobody wants to get hit anywhere, but especially not in the head.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
and Worth still talking. Rodriguez still talking, but it looks for now like it's going to be kept to that.
Well, I think there's probably going to be some ejections, obviously. I'm thinking that Sean Rodriguez might get ejected. Worth I mean, he was out there anything but a peacemaker, so he's probably gone.
Strange sight as each bullpen walking back to their respective doors, very close to each other out there in the outfield. Sean Rodriguez still hot inside the Pirates dugout. And the umpiring crew coming over here to talk to the Pirates bench. Presumably they'll have something to say to the Nationals bench as well. There's Jason Worth, grandson of Dick Schofield, right, the former shortstop for the Pirates. So let's unravel this again. Wow. 92-mile-an-hour fastball behind the head of Jung Ho Kang. Immediate ejection of A.J. Cole, and then the bench is emptying from each side.
The other thing about this that I don't understand is Cole arguing that he shouldn't be thrown out. Right there where he gets thrown out, now he's going to start arguing. But Cole should have just walked to the bench. He had to know he's getting thrown out. There's Cervelli going crazy. And Sean was on deck, so he's right there. I mean, he's always going to be the guy that's out on point. Look, he's out there amongst the red shirts. He didn't even have any backup, but that's Sean.
Yep, but taking several Pirates to hold them back. Yes, you'll see some guys, barking from relative safety, but as I mean, he ran his own point out there.
Baseball is kind of a little bit, just a tiny little bit, about kind of like hockey, that there are always a couple of guys on each team that are going to be like the enforcer types.
Right.
And we have seen over the last couple of years, Sean Rodriguez is always going to be at the front of any problems that are going to happen. And apparently, Worth sees himself in that role also.
Now, my question for you is, if Gong is just hit there, say he's hitting the hip or something, the rear end, is this same thing happening, or as we take a look at here, things getting sorted out, players being thrown out of the game, the same thing would have happened?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's not that the ball was behind his head that got everybody mad. It's just the fact that he threw at him.
Well, the Nationals are already furious. They didn't need anything to get them mad.
Right.
I mean, they were already on the top step. They're ready to come over immediately. They know what's going to happen. Their guy's going to throw it Gong. And our guys are probably also thinking that. Here's another thing. Let's throw this into the pot. The guys in the red shirts celebrated champagne in our ballpark.
Right.
There's a little bad mood over there with the gold shirts, right?
Sure.
Just because of that. You don't like to ever see that. So it's not going to be a happy day anyway. And to have this happen just adds to it.
There's that angle.
Say,
now
look
here
at Worth.
Comes Worth immediately.
Worth hit the top step when the umpire threw him out of the game. Worth was already coming up to the top step.
Oliver Perez then joining him after there. Right, if that's just an ejection there, if Worth doesn't make that move, does it still happen? I guess maybe it still happens.
Well, no, it doesn't happen unless somebody else. Now, if your goal is to have a something big happen, well then, yeah, the ejection, you have to create something now, because the ejection itself doesn't create it. Yeah, I think that was Worth and Sean Rod were they were close.
All right, so we'll try to get the ejections for you. 1-0 pitch. And now 2-0. Rafael Martinez in pitching for the Nationals. Strike one, 2-1 now.
I don't understand why Worth is still in the dugout. I mean, we've been watching replay after replay that he was one of the instigators of the whole thing.
3-0 pitch, and
right?
there he is.
He was out there. He was one of the first ones out there. He got in the original problem with Sean Rodriguez, and we saw him the entire time run his mouth, and he's still sitting on the dugout. How does that happen?
I don't know.
Now look, here comes Worth. See him? Now Worth actually, I think, tries to throw a punch. Watch. Right there. See Worth? And he's still in the game. Or he's still on the dugout.
And Oliver Perez was the guy who started pointing. It looked like there's a little bit of a lull there. Perez, we mentioned, came out with Worth out of the dugout for the Nationals and then started pointing at Rodriguez for whatever reason.
Now I'm watching the guys in the red shirt. I would have to say Oliver Perez and Worth got to go. Now if we watch that replay again, we'll watch just the Pirates, and I'm sure that there's some Pirates that need to go too that weren't thrown out.
And Jung Ho Kang strikes out to end an eventful bottom of the third inning. Nationals lead 4-3 as we head for the fourth.
The Toyota RAV fourth inning. The all-wheel drive RAV hybrid has performance that will make you rethink hybrid. Let's go Bucks!
4-3, the Nationals leading the Pirates. It seemed like Dusty Baker was not very happy with that incident at third base with Gong and Harper, and then you see Tyler Glasnow's out of the game, and there's home plate umpire Jordan Baker having a little discussion with Wade LeBlanc, who has entered the game for Glasnow. So an eventful couple of innings in what might otherwise be a fairly uneventful game.
Yeah, normally these games after a clinch are kind of like a spring training game. But there's not much going on. But that tag at third certainly got everybody woke up and ready.
Ejections, by the way, A.J. Cole for the Nationals as we take a look at LeBlanc's numbers. Sean Rodriguez for the Pirates, and here is Wade LeBlanc coming into pitch.
Yeah, I don't agree with those ejections, that's for sure. I don't understand that at all, but that's the way it goes. Matt Joyce is taking over out in left field.
First pitch from LeBlanc to Michael Taylor, pinch hitting for A.J. Cole, so his day isn't done after 3 innings as well. Both pitchers running up high pitch counts. You see Michael Taylor's numbers there. 0-1 now 0-2. So here's the 0-2 from LeBlanc. Up high, Taylor doesn't chase. 1-2. LeBlanc's really done a nice job. I mean, Pirates have gotten some guys sort of out of nowhere that have come in and
off their couch.
Right, off the couch and into the fire. Saw it the other night when LeBlanc picked up the win and Stallings had the walk-off hit, and Taylor is dispatched on 4 pitches by LeBlanc to begin the top of the 4th inning. Cut it into the strike zone.
Nice pitch. Yeah, he's been giving up nothing. Let's call him LeBlanc.
Ben Revere up to the plate. Revere reached a couple of times. Now takes a strike a couple of times against Glasnow, who went 4. I beg your pardon, went 3 for the Pirates, and gives way now to LeBlanc here in the 4th. 0-1. Swung on and missed. 0-2. Revere, a .216 hitter, entering play today. Pirates with all kinds of injuries in the month of September, having to call on guys outside of the organization, LeBlanc and Phillips, to come in and fill holes. And as Bob mentioned, LeBlanc has been very good for the Pirates, 4-0 record. Starling Marte, one of those injured Pirates as well. Elias Diaz had to be placed on the 60-day disabled list, the catcher. That brought Jacob Stallings into the fold.
Yeah, there's a long list of players on our roster, but it's not as big as you would think, because a whole bunch of them are not playing.
2 batters, 2 strikeouts for Wade LeBlanc. The Bucks and PNC Bank have teamed up to offer Pirates fans a special deal. Save $5 on select Sunday through Thursday tickets, plus get $5 in loaded value, good for concessions and merchandise at PNC Park. Just use your PNC Pirates Affinity card to purchase tickets. Get more details at pirates.com/piratescard. LeBlanc out in front of Defoe as well. Now 0-2.
Nice changeup.
Look at those locations just at the bottom edge of the strike zone. Talk about the bottom dropping out, right? That's a pretty good example of that one. 0-2, and how about that? 1, 2, 3, 3 strikeouts for Wade LeBlanc. Pirates get their licks here in the bottom half. Coming up next. Today's Allegheny Health Network injury update. Steven Strasburg has been out of action since leaving his start September 7th with a flexor mass strain. He had a platelet-rich plasma injection to help speed up the healing process, and an MRI showed no damage to the ulnar collateral ligament, which he had replaced a few years ago. But as of now, his status for the postseason is up in the air. He's been doing some light tossing on flat ground, but has yet to get back on a mound. Platelet-rich plasma injection, PRP, those are good things. promote the regrowth.
Certainly need him. Would like him back out there. I mean, what a huge talent he is.
Got off to an unbelievable start this season. Some Pirates fans here on a beautiful day for baseball as the Bucks preparing to face Matt Latos.
Looks like they got a foul ball today too. Can't beat that.
Boy, that is a good day, huh?
Yeah.
I never got one at a ballpark. You ever get one as a kid at the ballpark? Two guys who did not start the game already in the fourth inning. Latos facing Matt Joyce in for Sean Rodriguez, ejected in the bottom of the third inning. Latos misses on his first pitch. Clint Hurdle looking on has had a lot of moving parts in and out of his lineup. All the injuries. September call-ups. Latos finds the strike zone 1-1.
I remember when Latos first came up. I think it was the Padres, and then his first couple of years with the Reds. Boy, he was a very hard thrower. Fastball has lost a lot of steam over time.
Certainly not the same pitcher. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Up and in, 2-2. You know, you mentioned that, and I think fans sometimes see a guy and they just expect him to be good forever. But boy, you just ebb a little bit, you know, maybe a little something, shoulder irritation or whatever, or something, and all of a sudden you just lose a little bit, and man, that's enough.
You know, all the guys are different too. I mean,
2-2's inside.
You know, some guys, they can adjust and evolve, and in some cases even get better. You know, you think of Greg Maddux. Well, Greg Maddux came up first couple years with the Cubs. I mean, he wasn't a power guy, but he had a pretty good fastball. I mean, he could throw up there better than average anyway. But then by the end of his career, he was still, you know, just as effective, if not more so, but was throwing the ball in the mid 80s. So guys can make those adjustments, and then some guys they can't. Once the stuff of the young pitcher has deteriorated, they will never be like that again as far as their success.
Even if some of that stuff is still pretty good, or at least average across the board with the rest of the league, I guess they just never had to. They've never had to think or throw like an average pitcher, right?
And they can't make that adjustment. They don't know what to do. Maybe they don't have that control, because that becomes, you know, extremely important when you're not a power type guy. You have to throw the ball exactly where you want to.
Mercer takes up high.
You know, if your fastball is one of those guys that can average, you know, 95, 96, I mean, you're going to get away with missing some spots every now and then. Your breaking pitches probably have that same little pop and velocity, that hard, tight break. You're throwing it a little bit harder. So now all that backs down a couple mile per hour, and that iffy location is now, you know, going off the wall for doubles.
1-0 pitch to Mercer. 1-1.
You got to be able to adjust and know what to do, you know, as far as reading the bats and all that sort of thing. But then, we were talking about this very early in this game about the execution, and that's execution for a pitcher mainly is, you know, control, putting the ball where you're supposed to, where you want to. That's executing a pitch. You know, basically that's all there is to it. Can you put it where you want to?
This one just a way and instructive for fans watching games to sometimes maybe follow the catcher's mitt, right?
Yeah, I do that
set
a lot.
Up one place and he goes somewhere else.
I do that all the time. But if I want to know about a guy's control, there's Greg's brother.
Well-respected pitching coach Mike Maddux.
Mike actually had a better fastball than his brother did.
Did he?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I
pitcher,
thought.
Mike Maddux, yeah.
Now, we didn't have, you know, radar guns hanging from the scoreboards back in those days, so you really didn't know. It was all eye test stuff going on, but I thought Mike threw harder than Greg.
Mercer will step back in after fouling that one off. 2-2. Pirates down a run. Joyce who entered the game for Sean Rodriguez, leading off first after a leadoff walk. Bluffed going. And this was going to be fouled off into the seats down the right side. Heisey giving chase. He also did not start the game. Came in for Harper after Harper left the game with that awkward slide at third, which precipitated the activity we saw in the bottom of the third. I was going to ask you too about that happening in reverse. It doesn't happen very often where a guy gains velocity, and usually you see that, I would guess, when a guy moves from starting to relieving.
We saw it for a few years.
Yes, yes we did. For other reasons, 2-2 pitch, and that's down low to Mercer.
Guys were gaining velocity in between the ages of like 34 and 38.
Yes.
That
baseball has hopefully cleared that up or cleaned that up.
Yeah.
You know, Tony Watson comes to mind. Here's a guy who was 87 to 89, and this doesn't happen with every guy who goes from starting to bullpen to starting, or starting to bullpen, I should say. Some guys, there's no uptick in velocity. Here's a 3-2 pitch. This time he's going, and through that right side, Joyce will round second and head to third on the Mercer single. Nice piece of hitting by Mercer. The hit and run on the 3-2 pitch, and Pirates in business here to begin this bottom of the fourth.
Boy, that was a pretty good location there. That well executed. Knees, outside corner. That's about all you can really do with that pitch, is try to bang it through that hole. Mercer is he's a smart hitter. I mean, he'll take what the pitcher gives him.
So that will set things up for Pedro Florimon. Florimon known for his defensive acumen, good speed on the bases as well. Comes up with a chance to at least tie the game here for the Bucks. Infield back for the Nationals. Double play depth. In at third base, however, is Anthony Rendon. This one up the middle. Florimon will beat the relay throw, and the run will score, and so the Pirates have tied things up. RBI for Florimon, 4-4 ball game.
When you're running down the line right there, you're looking at first base. The bag becomes an RBI if you could just get to it. If you're out,
no RBI.
No RBI. It's like a steak, a nice ribeye sitting right there.
Sure. Eric Fryer comes up. Florimon, good speed at first.
Yeah, nice lead.
No, snap throw down there. Lobaton thinking the same thing about that lead for Florimon. So Tony Watson was the guy 87 to 89 as we take a look at this. Ooh. Quick snap throw. 87, 89. It's something that you put him in the bullpen. It doesn't happen to every guy. 94, 95, and we've seen this success he's had.
A lot of times when you move a starter to the bullpen, you're hoping to see that.
Right.
But you're right. It doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen.
Florimon taking off. Fryer grounding foul. Yeah, a lot of times guys don't adjust to that, right? The pitching every day as opposed to the 5 days rest and that sort of thing.
I got sent to the bullpen many times and didn't do much.
Florimon and Fryer, teammates for a while at AAA Indianapolis this season. Good lead again for Florimon. Not running this time. Pitches away. 2-1. See the numbers for Fryer. Veteran Matt Latos on in relief of A.J. Cole. Just a lob throw over there. You know, we talk all the time about that shadow you see in some ballparks coming up over home plate, and is that an advantage for the pitcher? Hard to see that ball out of the shadow. You wonder, on a pickoff throw, is that going to be any factor for that first baseman with the ball coming from the sun into the shadow? Probably not.
I doubt it, but the ball really in this scenario is not going to be in the shadow very long. I mean, just before it hits your glove. And here's another thing too about that. It's
Flormont going, and now the throw down to second base, and he is out. Fryer swung and missed. Lobaton guns him out. Second out of the inning.
If catching the ball was like hitting the ball, I could have been a pretty good hitter. It's basically comparing those two things. I don't think you really can.
Understood.
Yeah.
That's right. A lot easier to catch it than hit it. Yeah. Flormont thinks he's safe.
Yeah.
Pirates are not going to challenge.
Yeah, we'll take a look here and see.
Yeah, looks like he's out.
It was close, but probably not anything that's going to get overturned.
So bases clear now. 2-2 pitch, 2 out. Latos facing Fryer. Oh, 3-2. David Freese has stepped into the on-deck circle. Flormont in the Pirates dugout. Right down the middle, and Fryer into the left center field gap, and that's going to skip all the way to the north side notch. Fryer rounding second. He's going to head for third. He's going to get there easily. And so Fryer puts the Pirates back in business here. Tough angle there out in left field by Brian Goodwin. That ball gets by him. He gets all the way to the wall.
Yeah, it took a really bad angle at this out in the outfield. If you don't think you can catch it, you got to start giving ground immediately so that you have more time to intercept it. Apparently, he thought he had a play on it because he was going almost straight to where the ball was. And then when he didn't make the catch, now the ball is going to easily get by him. Nobody backing him up. Simple for Fryer to get the third.
David Freese on. Takes inside. First triple of the career of Eric Fryer. See if Freese can get him in. Old foul. Numbers for David Freese, who will be under club control for the next several seasons for signing that mid-season extension. He's fisted out into foul territory and into the seats. 1-2 now for David Freese. Latos played for Dusty Baker back in 2012, 2013. Signed with the Nationals as a minor league free agent back on July 3rd after being released earlier in the season. Found himself back up in the majors. And a little flare out into right center field will drop. Fryer will score, and the Pirates will take the lead.
Razors dropped a couple into that bucket right out there lately. Latos kind of shaking his head. Pretty good pitch. Got the ball up and in. That's right in there on the label. You can see the splinters flying when the contact was made. But the fact that he was jammed is why it turned out to be a base hit. It's a little bit more of that, it's going to be an out, fly out.
Well, we saw 17 pitchers, was it, on Friday night?
Could have been.
I think we'll see pitcher number 5 here, as that's it for late toast. Dusty Baker making a pitching change.
Cast is presented by the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Watch the drive to the pennant with MLB.com Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on more than 400 supported devices and enjoy a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv. Matt Grace will come on in relief as the Pirates have taken the lead 5-4 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Rob King filling in for Steve Blass, filling in for Joe Block, filling in for Greg Brown today.
And Grace is, yep, Grace is filling in for Latos here.
Who's filling in for Cole.
Yeah, everybody's filling in for somebody today. He hadn't been in many games, just 4 and 2 1/3 innings. Been getting some partial inning work.
Put in from Grace to John Jaso. Tyler Graham filling in, directing today. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
For this inning. Okay, for this inning we'll talk. In the truck, Pete Toma has stepped aside for 1 inning. Pitch it away is now 2-0.
I hear that Toma was thrown out of the game.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what happened.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. He's a fiery guy.
Yeah. He's the enforcer down there.
2-0.
The truck enforcer.
2-1 now. There's Clint Hurdle busily writing on his sheet. Lots of players available, obviously, with the September call-ups. Jaso, hefty swing and a miss, 2-2. And down he goes. Grace comes in, takes care of the left-handed batter. That was his job assigned to him by Dusty Baker. Pirates retake the lead, up 5-4 as we head to the 5th. The Allegheny Health Network Supermo bringing you those shots, concluding with a little taunt from Sean Rodriguez, who's no longer in this game, ejected after that brawl, near brawl. It wasn't a brawl. Actually, there was.
No,
He wasn't even approaching a brawl.
It was just some pushing and shoving. It's a baseball brawl. That's a
Baseball
brawl. Pushing and shoving.
There's Trevor Williams. 1-1, 5.91 ERA. Guy the Pirates got over the winter from the Florida Marlins, the Miami Marlins. In a trade with several moving parts. Williams has started down at AAA, now trying to adjust to work out of the bullpen. 1-1. He faces Chris Heisey, getting his first at bat. Heisey in for Bryce Harper. You know, we hear about pitchers getting blisters on their fingers. I've noticed you got the baseball, you've been holding it all game, and you got a blister on the inside of your right index finger. Is that the two related or no?
No, this is just getting old and having skin that flakes off.
2-1. Now 3-1.
Yeah, so
you got that?
Oh yeah, I got like all kinds of places where just old guy skin.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that would be an unusual place to have.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd be gripping the bat there as Heisey draws the walk. Lead off the bottom of the 5th here. There's some hands that look good. Adam Frazier doesn't have any issues. Yeah. Youthful hands, that's what that is.
Youthful hands. Yeah. Could be a hand model. Like George Costanza. Wasn't he a hand model at one time?
Was he?
I think so. He was wearing gloves all the time everywhere he went.
I may have missed that episode. Seinfeld. 1-1 pitch, called a strike. Anthony Rendon for the Nationals. Nationals still have a chance, and they're still battling, presumably the Dodgers, for the right to play a first-round playoff series at home. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fouled off.
I think it might have been Kramer, not George. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, all right. Having a Seinfeld debate with who are you talking to in the truck? Do we have a Seinfeld
I
expert?
asked, I said, who's the tall guy? And they said Kramer.
Kramer.
So I started thinking, maybe it wasn't George, maybe it was Kramer. He's had a block on his name.
Oh-2 pitch. Williams holding, now delivers. Grounded foul. And there were a lot of Seinfeld fans a couple years ago. The Pirates took Kevin Newman in the first round, and they later took Kevin Kramer. So the Newman-Kramer thing, that got the Seinfeld fans going as well.
Yeah.
Hey,
I saw a nice thing from Seinfeld, a little quote the other day about retirement. And he said that, if you want to go, windsurf the Amazon, fine, that's great, go ahead and do it. But my retirement, all I'm doing is going to crack a beer and watch some baseball. That's all I want to do.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Strike out a Rendon by Williams.
Can't beat that. Of course, he's wearing his Met hat when he was saying that.
His Mets hat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a pretty good Mets fan, apparently. Mets are doing well today. You see, they got a pretty good lead. 6-0 over the Phillies in the 6th.
Now the Pirates need to win just about every game left, and some teams ahead of them need to go into a nosedive. And the Cardinals, they can, mostly take care of themselves. I mean, if you want to be the eternal optimist, boy, if you're within 3, you could at least have so you need at least one of the other teams, the Giants or the Mets, to go swan dive here. There's a shift for left-handed hitting Robinson. In the dirt, 2-0.
A nice job by Fryer smothering that one.
Trevor Williams, known as a sinker ball pitcher, as we see Belisle up in the bullpen for the Washington Nationals. Matt Belisle, veteran right-hander. Strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Numbers for Clint Robinson this season. And his day-to-day, a strikeout and a single. 2-1 is lashed. Foul to the left side, 2-2. So here are our Volkswagen wild card standings. The Mets and Giants each 4 games in the loss column ahead of the Pirates. The Pirates again trailing the Cardinals as well. If you win them all, right, then you're thinking, what do the other teams have to do?
No, I'm trying to think of that now. It was maybe 4 or 5 days ago I was thinking about that, but now it just seems a little unrealistic at this point.
The schedule not particularly easy as well. 3 with the Nationals this weekend, and then 4 with the Cubs, and 3 in St. Louis to finish up the season. Inside now, count goes full. You start thinking about things like, look, every player obviously, there are guys fighting for jobs, guys trying to make impressions, that sort of thing. Veteran guys who know that they have a job locked up. Team goals, would you like to finish with a winning record? I mean, obviously, anytime you're playing a game, you'd like to win that game, you know?
Well, I would like, I don't want to start
There's a walk now.
any bad memories of year after year after year when we were having to talk about the winning record. I would just assume not, because I know it will eventually, if we finish below 500, it will be talked about next year. It'll be like, well, they were a long time without getting a winning season. This is the first losing season since then. I would just as soon not have to deal with that. So I hope that they finish well above 500, and they should. There's no reason really not to. 500 record today. You've got most of these games here left in your home ballpark, although we haven't played very well at home.
Nope, especially recently. 4-14, I believe, in the last 18 games. Pitch inside to Danny Espinosa. Pirates 77 and 77. Espinosa now 2-0.
I was thinking a week or so ago, well, yeah, we got to play the Nationals in Chicago. But I started thinking to myself, but how much are they going to have to play for when it comes down to that? Thinking you're going to get a lesser lineup than you normally would if they were battling to win their divisions. But that really, oftentimes doesn't play out actually between the lines, as we talked about for those homestands where we didn't do very well, that you just alluded to, that there were a lot of below 500 teams coming in.
Absolutely.
And we couldn't beat them. So
you have something to play for and they don't.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a trap you can fall into, thinking, well, we got this team coming in that either they're going to have it wrapped up, they won't be playing hard, or they're well below 500, we should beat them. It doesn't matter who they are or what they are. You got to go out there and you got to beat your best every day to come up with W's, no matter who's on the other side in the other dugout.
So a 2-0 count now after the mound visit from Ray Searage. Try to get Trevor Williams back on track. 1 out, Pirates up a run. 3-0. Conversely, you've been on teams that have been in this situation, Bob, where you've got it wrapped up. You're heading into the final week of the season, and there's usually sort of a couple of schools of thoughts, a couple of extreme schools of thought. Sometimes they can meet in the middle about how to manage a team like that heading down the stretch. Here is now the 3-0 pitch by Williams. Gets the strike. Some guys want to rest their players, and other guys, want their players to stay in a routine. So get them at bats, get them innings, that sort of thing. Did you have a preference one way or the other? Do you think one approach was right? Did it change from
You know, I don't know. Everybody has their own ideas, and I don't know if any one of them is right. Probably it has more to do with the individual players than anything else. And so, how do you really know? You can't fit everybody into, this one category.
It's lifted to relatively deep center field. Andrew McCutcheon will settle underneath. Both runners going to tag up, but only the runner from second will advance. That's Heisey as the throw comes into second. So Robinson stays put at first, and 2 away here in the top of the 5th. And we're talking about the next series, and it's your last chance to see the Pirates at PNC Park during the regular season. The Bucks finish up at home with a 4-game series against the Cubs tomorrow through Thursday. Cheer them on during the stretch run at 7:05. Get your tickets at pirates.com. Every night, 7:05. Chad Kuhl, there he is, will be getting the start tomorrow. Again, just from the standpoint of somebody who watches the Pirates, wants them to continue to have success, love to see some of these young guys that have come up this season like Chad Kuhl finish the season on a good note.
Yeah, I have really liked what I've seen so far out of Chad. I doubt that they're going to start spring training and say, okay, he is definitely one of our starters, but if he's not somebody that Neil mentions as in the hunt for a starting job, I'll be very surprised. I think he's shown a lot up here.
Fisted into the right field corner, and Josh Bell will have to play it on a bounce. The double will tie things up here at 5. Brian Goodwin could hear the bat breaking, it seemed, from up here.
Yeah, a lot like the freeze base hit that we saw last inning. Well, that ball kind of cut right in on the label.
Perfectly placed over to that right field corner. Again, not particularly hard hit. That will be it for Trevor Williams. Manager Clint Hurdle will utilize that expanded bullpen and bring in somebody else to see if he can get out of this top of the 5th inning. So that's it for Trevor Williams. We'll step aside with the game tied at 5 in the top of the 5th. Cream at the ballpark, some cotton candy. Man, my kids love cotton candy. Coming to the ballpark years ago. Here's our day automotive. This day in Pirates history. It was on this day in 1920 the Pirates beat the Cards 2-1 in 12 innings. Buck starter Jimmy Zinn pitched all 12 innings for the win, allowing just 1 run on 6 hits in just his second start of the year. Pie Traynor and Cotton Tierney each had a pair of hits as well for the Bucks. We're talking about ice cream and cotton candy. Well, we had pie and cotton back in 1920 getting the job done. How about that? Complete game, 12 innings.
12 innings.
Nothing to it, right?
Had him in the Zinzam.
Now our fourth pitcher in the 5th inning as Jared Hughes comes on to try to get the Buccos out of this thing.
63 appearances now for Jared.
Jose Lobaton, left-hander, up. Ripping away from Jared Hughes.
This is going to be another one of those long box scores. Lots of names tomorrow.
Yes. Lots of names. Fouled off. Oh. That is a lot of changes already.
Yeah, the game's, we're at the halfway point. Look how many names already been scratched off. And some of those guys, even though they're on there, they can't play. So there's not as many options as you would think, at least on the Pirate side.
It's sharply to left. Joyce coming on to make the grab. And Jared Hughes able to get out of the fifth without any more damage. Nationals tied up 5-5 as we head to the bottom half. Pirates baseball. First pitch swinging is on the rise, and some Pirates are at the forefront of the movement. Plus, a look at why Ivan Nova is pitching like a new man inside Pirates baseball, presented by Allegheny Health Networks. Today, after postgame on Root Sports. Our UPMC scoreboard showing it's 5-5 in the bottom of the fifth inning, and plenty of excitement, as always, for the pierogi race. It looks like we had a little...
it looks to me like there was some wagering going on the pierogi race.
That will probably be taxed and filed appropriately. Josh Bell facing Grace, who came in and got the Nationals out of that fourth inning. Josh Bell goes from left-handed to right-handed. The lefty batter drew a walk. Flew out to left field. Makes the pitch on the outside corner, 0-2. What a view up here. This press box. There's Bell. Grounds one to the right side. Robinson will take it at first out. And the boat traffic going along. One of the things I liked about this ballpark from the first moment I was here is that obviously being down low is great. You know, you're down low, you're closer to the action. But up high, the higher you are, the more magnificent the view is.
Absolutely.
You know?
That's one thing that I think a lot of the folks that sit down low, they don't get that appreciation. Now, and this is really much lower than where we're at. I mean, we actually can see the entire river from where we're sitting. When you're talking about all that boat traffic and everything, it is a very impressive view from up here. Beautiful, gorgeous. And
so we have another pitching change, Bob, and we will take a break. We'll be back and tell you all about it when we return. Game tied up at 5. money's worth today as this game, 2 hours and 20 minutes old or so, as Ben Revere has moved out to left field. Trey Turner in center field for the Washington Nationals. Matt Belisle on the mound facing Andrew McCutchen. First pitch is ball 1. And you see the numbers here from the veteran, Matt Belisle, one of the busier pitches over the last half a dozen seasons in the majors.
Hey, it's been a pretty good strike thrower this year. Just those 7 walks for the season. Not bad. As he goes to 2-0.
Belisle, 440 appearances over the last 6 seasons. That ranks 9th in all of Major League Baseball. McCutchen now in the shadows as the pitch comes from Belisle and is fouled off to the right side. Now Andrew McCutchen, as we take a look at our Barrel.com league leaders, second behind Freddie Freeman for the longest current hitting streak in the National League. Does not have a hit in this ball game. Would like to see it extended right here. And there it is, ripped down the left field line. Going to bounce out into short left center field. Then Andrew McCutchen will pull into second with the stand-up double as he extends his hitting streak now to 13 games.
Yeah, hit that one very hard. Sometimes you get those doubles down the line and it's like, well, that was a well-placed ground ball, but it wasn't the case here. That was a rifle shot just inside the bag.
So Andrew McCutchen in scoring position as Jung-Ho Kang comes to the plate. And that is the 1,300th career hit for Andrew McCutchen. A double ripped down the left field line. Nice milestone for Andrew McCutchen on his 26th double of the season. Jordan Baker out to the mound as a little conversation between Lobezon and Belisle. Taking a little longer than Baker would have liked.
Probably going over what kind of signs they're going to use. Immediately, they got a runner out at second base. Got to go to some type of a series and just put down one finger.
Jung-Ho Kang, broken bat. Robinson underneath for the first, second out of the inning. Bring up Matt Joyce. Jung-Ho Kang, in case you're just joining us, at the middle of the action in the top of the 3rd inning. Bryce Harper sliding into 3rd, was deeped a little by Kang. Appeared to suffer an injury. Next inning, Kang had one whistled behind his head by A.J. Cole. A.J. Cole was ejected from the game, as was Sean Rodriguez. Both benches emptying, the bullpens emptying. A little pushing and shoving, but not much beyond that. Dusty Baker had something to say to the Pirates dugout. Again, we don't know whether it started the Pirates dugout or with Dusty Baker, as he was out examining Bryce Harper in the top of the 3rd. An eventful day here at PNC Park. And now Belisle will.
You know, they had a long talk up out there. You would have thought that they got that figured out.
You would have thought.
Come on now, a second sign after a 2, all right? All right, second sign after a 2.
So let's take a look at what Belisle was looking at.
Rejoice.
Greg Brown's signature call for Matt Joyce. Joyce is going to lay down the bunt with that 3rd base line wide open, and he will beat out the infield single. That advances Andrew McCutchen to 3rd base. So Joyce taking what the defense gives him.
They're rejoicing.
Yep.
Obviously, nobody home over there at 3rd base, so pretty easy base hit.
Yep, and there's the Chris Stewart tap of the head. It has obviously become team-wide, the smart hitting. Jordy Mercer up to the plate. Mercer 1 for 2 in the game. Singled in the fourth after popping out in the first. A productive pop out, though, right? Talking about productive outs. not usually what you think of as a productive out. Foul behind home plate, and
I'm sure
Gong
that
goes to second.
when he
comes home.
When he hit it and he looked up, saw where it was, he wasn't thinking, well, that will be productive. That was the last thing in Mercer's mind.
0-1. Down low. 1-1. Nick Sofield at third, flashing the signals to Matt Joyce. Mercer taking a look down as well. Now we'll dig back in. Belisle steps off, so Mercer steps out. Mercer back in, Belisle back on. And lined out to right field for the final out of the inning. Hit hard, but right to the right fielder. So we stay tied at 5 as we head to the 6th. Joining us, even if you saw it before, it's worth seeing again. Third inning, throw going wide, Jung Ho Kang deking Bryce Harper into third. So Harper, you know, the signal there is obviously to go in standing, but then he sees Gong, so he goes to slide. Evidently suffered a thumb injury, then Cole the pitch behind Gong, and then out comes Worth, out comes Perez. Now here comes the Pirates bench, Cervelli and Rodriguez. Here come
I always think that shot of the bullpens is the funniest thing in baseball.
Because they're running parallel to each other.
Yeah, so that when they get in here, they can all like rustle around with each other.
Right.
They should just start it out in the outfield.
Have you ever seen that happen?
I've seen some stuff happen away from the pile, but never like the guys running in from the bullpen. But you just see it, and it's so funny. Here they're running in so that they can get involved.
Right.
Side by side, they're running in from the outfield.
And this is the guy batting in A.J. Cole's spot in the lineup, Trey Turner, who has entered the game, one of a myriad of moves from both managers. He's now in center field. And Bastardo on the mound for the Pirates. 2-0.
Bastardo's really done a fine job of throwing strikes, I think, since coming over from the Mets. We saw that last year happening for the entire season. That, boy, when he's getting the ball where he wants to, he can be as tough as anybody.
Under contract for another season. That'll be one of the interesting things facing Neil Huntington and his staff. Construction of the bullpen for next season. They've done a great job throughout their tenure here.
Bullpen had to do an awful lot of work this year. Just never got into any kind of a rhythm where the starters were going deep in ball games and the guys in the pen were only having to cover 2 innings a night for a while, maybe 3, and then a few games in a row where they'd go 2. It was almost every night, 4 innings, sometimes more than that. It was like a night off for the bullpen. They only have to pitch 3.
Pistardo comes back to get the K. You know, it's interesting too, Bob. I think that, you know, when the dust settles, they had that incredible streak. I think it began in late July here as we take a look at the Pistardo strikeout, where the numbers in the bullpen were phenomenal.
This is when we were on that Seattle-Oakland trip, I think, is when it started.
The good winning streak going, and for the Pirates, that was really at the time kind of the only thing going. You remember the starting pitching still wasn't very good. The offense wasn't very good, but it led them to one of their most productive stretches of the season. And now when you look at the numbers at the end of the year, you guys had this the other night on one of the telecasts, that, you know, the record, the wins, the ERA, all among the league leaders. Of course, they had the best bullpen a year ago, but, you know, among the league leaders again at the end of the season. And sometimes it doesn't feel like that's the way it has been, but it has been that way.
Well, they've had, thankfully, there's been a lot of depth to the bullpen this year. I mean, they've had a lot of guys that come out and do a great job wherever they're pitching. You know, whether it's having to bring somebody in the 4th inning or, you know, shutting it down late. They've had plenty of guys that could get the job done and do it at a very high level, especially with when Nicasio moved out there and pitching out of the pen as well as he was. And I thought too, like, you know, guys like A.J. Schubel, you know, coming in, and I thought he did a great job. That was too bad that he had the arm problems here late in the year. I think a strong finish would have really solidified his spot out there for next year. So if you look for one spot that really was strong, the bullpen pretty much it.
Figured to be a lot of guys battling in spring training. They always bring guys in to battle for spots. As you mentioned, probably more guys than there are spots available, ready to compete internally as a pitch up at the top of the strike zone is 2-2. And when you have younger guys like Neverauskas, Edgar Santana, who's moved all the way up to AAA, maybe that's a little too early for those guys to push, but should supply some depth for the bullpen as well.
Yeah, the depth, the pitching staff really kind of extends into the AAA staff. You have those revolving door guys that, you know, they'll come up for a week or 2 and then they'll go back and that sort of thing. So there are more guys that you think of as being part of the big league staff than are actually pitching in the big leagues at any one time.
Veered on the left field line, just foul. And I think the Pirates have approached it that way. And then, you know, they've had some veteran guys down there, and then you always have prospects as well. So, for example, some guys graduating, you would presume, from AA to AAA next year. Guys, when you look at the rotation, like Nick Kingham or Clay Holmes, just as examples, guys that maybe haven't quite broken through that'll return to AAA. Then maybe you bring in a veteran guy. It's interesting to see the construction, and as we've seen with winning ball clubs, you need a lot of those guys.
Vogelsong, one of the veterans brought in this year. Missed an awful lot of time, but not really anything that he did. He ended up getting hit in the face with a pitch and was out 2.5 months, something like that.
Yep, and good to see him that last outing, after having, you know, 4 subpar outings in a row, then gives up the early 2-run homer. Then after that,
settled down nicely.
And here takes this one and rips it into right field for a single.
You know, you don't think of him being a big strikeout guy anymore, but he had 7 strikeouts in 4 innings in that last start.
Well, there's a guy you talked about when we saw him his first go round with the Pirates, that before he really settled in as a quality major league pitcher, had a big arm.
Oh yeah, as a young rookie, he had the arm before he got hurt that, you know, you think, okay, this guy could be one of the elite, you know, type pitchers. An arm like a Tyone or a Cole. But remember, we were discussing about making adjustments. There's a great case of somebody that did. Figured it out, made the adjustments, and really was a better pitcher with lesser stuff. There's no way his years with the Giants did he throw the ball as well as he did when he was a young guy when we first had him. So that's the perfect example of the guy we were talking about, getting better with age and doing what he needed to do to still get outs or even get more outs with lesser type stuff.
And a huge part of the Giants' 2 World Series championships, and you could tell that by the reception he got not only from his teammates but the crowd out in San Francisco earlier this year.
That was impressive.
And Clint Hurdle having a chat. 1-1 pitch as Stardo looks in on Wilmer Defoe. Two. Eighteenth pitch of the inning for Bastardo coming up. Two. Look like a pretty good pitch.
Heisey on deck.
2-2. Check swing. Bastardo. Only one play. He'll go to first to get the second out. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Nice to see Andrew McCutchen extending that hitting streak to 13 earlier, and his 1,300th career hit.
Last pitch before she's hitched.
Is that Holly right there?
Oh,
it is.
Yes, it definitely is.
We know the answer, don't we?
Yeah, I guess they must have one of the devices that you can watch the games on nowadays. Heard you ask. I don't know what to call these things. Devices, I guess that's the best way to say it.
Mobile devices.
Mobile devices. Watch the games anywhere now.
Yep. One day not long ago referred to as phones.
Yeah.
Now mobile devices.
Cell phones.
Cell phones, yeah. 1-1.
I guess they started out as car phones.
That's right.
Yeah.
And probably prior to that, satellite phones.
Needed half the trunk.
Yeah, huge. It's huge.
All the stuff.
I think it went. I think that might be the origin. Satellite phone to car phone to cell phone to mobile device.
Oh, handheld computer. What they are now.
Yep.
Bastardo wanting to hold that guy close out there with 2 outs. Don't want him to get the third.
I guess we're trying to keep him close in case there's a single.
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, I know that, but trying to figure out the reasoning, right? So that you're hoping that the secondary lead won't get him in good position to score in a single to the outfield.
I'd rather have the second baseman playing on the grass to prevent the single than worrying about him stealing third.
Sure.
And full concentration on the hitter rather than him stealing third with 2 outs.
1-2 pitch. We'll take a moment. And here it is. 2-2. A deliberately paced game today. What a beautiful day. If you're going to have a deliberately paced game, it may as well be on a day like today.
Might as well. starting to wonder if Brownie knew something.
2-2 pitch, 2 outs, runner on second. And Vistardo gets him. We remain tied at 5 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning here at PNC Park. Congratulations, Holly.
Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Silverado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Barrel. Our service centers are now open evenings and weekends. Visit barrelservice.com for more. Let's go Bucks!
Bottom of the 6th inning, tied up at 5. We'll take a look at the UPMC scoreboard.
Careful with that bat now. Whoa.
May need that young guy before the game is through. Seen lots of substitutions from both teams early on. Here we go, Floriman. Matt Belisle on the mound for Washington.
Right about now is where that shadow is, where you really hear the hitters complain about it the most. When it gets out there, but that halfway point, the hitters will be looking out at that bright batter's eye out in center field, and their eyes will be all adjusted to that bright sun. Kind of the iris will be shut down, and then all of a sudden the ball gets in the shadow and disappears on you.
Floriman down on strikes. That will bring Eric Fryer to the plate.
See how bright the baseball is, and it's going to hit the shadow. It's not exactly going to vanish, but there is a big difference. The best thing I can say to kind of give you an idea is, like on a real bright day, you're walking outside, and as soon as you walk in the house, it takes you a second because it's dark and your eyes don't adjust right away. Well, that's kind of what's going on with the hitters when they're looking into that bright sun, but the ball is actually in the shadows.
Fryer grounds out quickly. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Look at that.
Diamonds, look at that. The PPG's getting married.
My kids used to call that the castle.
Yeah, it looks like a castle. It does.
It does today, too.
It's like a fairy tale castle. With the way that
exactly right.
It's shining with the sun coming off.
David Freese up. He fouls it off. Now, the shadow you're talking about obviously doesn't last forever. As a pitcher, is there something you can do to take advantage of it, or you just throw it over the plate?
I tried to ignore it because I didn't want anything that. I had enough trouble just doing basic stuff, so I wouldn't worry. And to be honest with you, I talk a lot about the shadows, but I don't think it matters.
So much for going outside on a bright day, huh?
I just think that the hitters, it gave them something more to complain about.
Okay.
They're always complaining about something.
The suns matter to that young man.
It's like they come to the dugout, they just struck out. They're like, shadows got me. I'm like, yeah, right, okay. Shadows got you.
0-2 to Freeze. This is fouled down the right side. As the old radio show, The Shadow, right?
Yeah.
Who knows? The Shadow knows. Was that the line, I think? That was, by the way, well before my time and your time. There's a look at what David Freeze is seeing.
I do remember, though, if you got out toward the edges of the dial, you could at night you could still hear some of those stories type things like that. Yeah. There's the shadow. Now,
Terry, of course.
It would show me something if the shadow's hand actually picked something up now. That would be spooky.
Right, that would be different. Fouled off again by David Freeze. You're saying the edges of the dial. What do you mean, like that's where you find the old shows still?
Yeah, well, I don't know, still.
Or that's where you heard something?
Yeah, when I was a kid, you know, you could.
Oh, okay.
Not the normal channels that you would be listening to. You get out.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm following you now.
They'd be a little crackly too, which would add to it.
1-2 is inside.
You ever make one of those the little homemade radios? What do you call those? Not.
Like an old transistor radio?
Yeah. They had these kits you'd buy and you'd make one. You'd have to wind the copper wire forever.
No, I definitely did not do that. Did you send in for that on the back of a bubblegum wrapper or something?
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get them.
Eat more Ovaltine. That kind
if you
of
did
thing.
a really good job with it, you might get one channel or one station.
Got it. 2-2. Freeze grounds the short. Over to first. We head to the 7th. Still tied at 5 here at PNC Park between the Nationals and the Buccos.
I guarantee you, Dorn built some radios in his time.
Heading to the top of the 7th inning, and deposits are now being accepted so you can get on board as a Pirates season ticket member in 2017. Personalize your membership and lock in the best seats to all the games at PNC Park. Plus get VIP benefits including special events, discounts, and ticket exchange privileges. Go to pirates.com/2017. There's some season ticket holders Long-time season ticket holders. Not too long. I mean, I'm not implying anything there, you know. Been there for a while and cheering on their Pirates. Chance to get on board for 2017. And still keeping the faith.
You know, I like that the shirt with the 5 World Series trophies.
Yeah.
That's the kind of shirt you wear the next day when the other team.
Right.
That's your answer. I like that.
That's a good call.
Okay, here we got 5 of these right here. Go ahead and do what you ever want to do, Washington Nationals.
And we're approaching 3 hours in this game. I don't believe that young man was clean shaven when he walked in. We saw the other shot with the beard. Yeah, there's what you're talking about right there.
That's the way you answer. Pirates have something to be proud about.
The Nationals, in their history, 0.
They're not sure what country they're supposed to be in. Juan Nicasio's numbers on the year, they're very good numbers as a reliever. It's a little rough as a starter. And that's used to be the Expos from Montreal.
Right. 0 world championships. They don't have 5 up there like that.
Been a while, though. We need another flag.
Yep.
79, that's a while back. We could use another one.
They're in that era. They're getting to the postseason, so hopefully that will be the next thing to follow. This is lifted out to left center field. And Joyce comes on to make the fine running catch.
Rejoice.
Rejoice, Greg Brown.
He's somewhere listening right now. Keeping his score sheet.
Juan Nicasio now has 32 consecutive games in which he's struck out at least 1 batter.
Need to get one here.
Thought it might end the other night, but I think he got one in his 2nd inning of work, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he got one in the 1st inning, then was able to get one in the 2nd inning. As the balls come out of this. Oh, look at that. Oh, man. That makes the day, does it not?
Oh, absolutely.
Clint Robinson, the first baseman for the Nationals, 1 for 2 with a walk today. Has struck out once. Nicasio would like to make it twice.
Got it set up.
Such good stuff from Nicasio. The good fastball. Getting him ahead. Let's see what he goes to here. 0-2.
Yeah, he's got a good fastball. At times we've seen it up in the upper 90s. But
97 there.
He, even when he's throwing down, the 94 mile-an-hour fastball, it seems to play faster than what we see up on the board, the 94. And I think it's because of that real good slider of his. He gets everybody kind of on the defensive thinking about that slider. So even when he doesn't throw his best fastball, it's a 93, 94. Still, at times, they have trouble getting around, especially when they get a shadow like that.
The fist squibbed out to short.
It's a shadow at that.
2 away, yeah.
Oh, look at those. Very nice. I wonder where you get those.
I don't know. Those shoes to the Bob Walk look.
Yeah, the old sock look. I got shoes on today, though. Day game, I wear shoes on day games.
Still one of the more memorable moments of the year, I think, Bob. The attempt to show the shoeless look, shoeless Bob Walk look.
I was just leaning back, and I put my hands up. Thanks.
Yep.
Right on over.
Yep.
These chairs they're good and solid. They wouldn't do that. I had some weak chairs in Seattle. I leaned way back, got me off guard.
Bob is wearing shoes today. Just took a glance down there.
Yeah. I tell you, day games. Actually, what it is radio, TV. On radio, I don't wear. I use
shoeless.
I take my shoes off on radio, and I don't even know why I do that, but I do. Maybe because radio always seems like a day off.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, you had in football, you had I remember Tony Franklin was a kicker, and he didn't wear a shoe. You know, he kicked with his bare foot, but nobody called him shoeless Tony Franklin. And you have shoeless Joe Jackson. There's a history there, right?
Yeah.
A connection that goes down through the ages from shoeless Joe Jackson to Bob Waugh.
Shoeless Joe. I started going shoeless when I saw him walk out of the cornfield, and I thought, wow, look at that. I'm gonna be like shoeless. Oh, good thing he had a shoe on. That hit right by the toe.
2-2 count. That was Nicasio trying to bury the slider and get that strikeout. Wow. Between the toes.
Remember Francisco Cordova?
I do.
When they first scouted him, he was pitching shoeless.
There's a strikeout. 33 straight games for Juan Nicasio.
You knew he was going to get it, didn't you? No doubt.
Yep. 33 consecutive games. Pirates single season record, which he broke 14 outings ago and continues to add on to. And we're going to stay here to help honor America.
You now to stand as we offer support to our troops here and abroad. The Pirates and Sport Clips welcome Specialist Mike DeGlaw of the U.S. Army. Mike joined the Army in 2007 and served as an ammunition specialist before joining the 82nd Airborne Division. Mike served 3 deployments to Iraq and now lives here in Pittsburgh with his family and continues to serve by volunteering his time to Operation Troop Appreciation. Please join us at Operation Troop Appreciation as we say, welcome home, Mike, and thank you for your service. And now here to lead us with God Bless America, our students from St. Gabriel's School Chorus.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
East was just brutal this year. Steve Blass, the ceremonial Sunday activity, right? Throwing the stuff out of the press box.
Oh, yeah, he loves to throw this stuff out. It takes a while every day to prep for this. He's got to put the rubber bands around all this stuff. It's a lot of extra work that goes on, that's for sure. He loves throwing those out there.
One pitch, one out.
He always knows when it's done. You can always tell because that's when the bag comes. The plastic bag.
That's it. That's
when the empty bag goes out, then it's over.
That's the coup de grace.
Yep.
All right. So it's Alan Hansen up at the plate, lining out of the first pitch. There it is. That's it.
Done.
Okay.
No more.
And it looked like the guy was kind of quizzically examining the bag. Like, is there anything to this?
I don't. Well, if you're not a regular down below, you're not sure what the bag is.
Right.
What is this?
There's Sean Burnett. Broke in with the Pirates many years ago.
First round pick many years ago. He and Bobby Bradley. Bobby Bradley out of the same high school. Back-to-back years, first round picks by the Pirates.
Bradley had arm injuries and really affected his ability. Never did get to the majors as far as I know.
Had the curveball.
Yep.
If I remember right.
There's Bell. He fouls it off. Two to one, bottom of the seventh, as Bell looking at a 2-1 pitch from Sean Burnett.
Give me that ball.
So he did go on the appeal, 2-2. I remember listening to Sean Burnett's first start. I remember it exactly. I was mowing my lawn and I had my old Walkman on, you know, the things that could. I was listening as he was just mowing through. I can't remember who he was pitching against, but I recall he had a really good debut, if I'm not mistaken, his first start. Just hoping that gets the guys in the truck kind of scurrying and having to do some research to keep them on their toes.
Look it up. Oh, they're scurrying. Believe me. Their little fingers are typing away.
They got Ernie Shore for us earlier in the game. Right.
Kramer.
Yep, Kramer, that's right.
Kramer. I don't think they had to look that one up, though.
And Josh Bell draws his second walk of the game. Well, just like we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time. Brought to you by Miller Lite, and it is Andrew McCutchen ripping a double down the left field line. His 26th double of the year, but it does two things. It gives him his 1,300th career hit, and also extends his hitting streak to 13 games, and does not look like he's going to have the opportunity to face the lefty Sean Burnett. He's retreated back to the dugout. Changes being made, double switches by manager Dusty Baker. And we will step aside with Andrew McCutchen striding to the plate in a 5-5 tie. Renegades the Rotunda up there today. And some other fans cheering on here. These ladies enjoying themselves as the Pirates looking for a late rally. Mentioned some changes going on. Stephen Drew moves to the shortstop position. And the new pitcher is Coda Glover.
Coda. The word is that he is an outstanding defensive pitcher.
Okay. The Glover?
That's what they say.
Town in upstate New York, not far from Cooperstown, called Gloversville. They make gloves there.
They do make gloves.
Gloversville. That's why I think
baseball gloves.
No, I think there's a kind you put on your,
for when it gets cold up.
Yeah, that's right.
Upstate New York.
Yeah, it does get cold in upstate New York too. 2 and out, Andrew McCutcheon.
I've noticed over the years when a article of clothing is made by a northern state, it's usually fairly warm.
Right.
Whether it's boots or, like you buy boots from like lacrosse. When I was a kid, I didn't know what's lacrosse. It's a game they play. But then I saw where lacrosse was one day in actual town. I'm like, oh, that's why they call these boots after that.
A pretty good fastball by Glover at 97. That 2-0 pitch, 2-1 now. 3-1. Who are they cheering for in that family?
I don't know who they like. It's tough to figure that one out.
You may want to adopt that couple in front of them there. And the McCutcheon jersey. The 3-1 pitch is lifted out to shallow right field. And put away for the second out of the inning. Again, that's Chris Heisey out there as Bryce Harper left the game earlier. And Jung Ho Kang will come to the plate. Glover wants a new ball. When you were playing, they didn't replace baseballs as much, right?
Oh, no, not even close. Teams bought the baseballs back then.
Oh, that's the difference.
Yes. But you couldn't throw a ball into the crowd. Like they throw the balls in the crowd? The coaches would get on you if you did that.
How about that?
The only time we threw baseballs into the crowd was like the last batting practice of the year.
Right.
I mean, everything that you might not be able to finish batting practice because we wouldn't throw them in. We'd throw them into the crowd. But yeah, they were. There were teams I know that like one of the Dodgers and other teams, they would stamp their logos on the baseballs, so that. I mean, they didn't want you maybe getting some of their balls during BP. When both teams were exchanging out there.
Right.
They had all their. They'd be a big LA on every one of their balls. They'd stamp them.
So the Giants, for example, if they were visiting, wouldn't use their balls for.
And you had to take your balls with you when you went on the road. If you wanted any baseballs to take BP with stuff, you had to take them with you.
So Bones and those are the tougher jobs.
I mean, a ball hit
Scott Bonnet.
A ball hits the dirt, they're throwing it back to you.
Yep.
Now, if it had really a bad mark on it or a scuff or a broken seam thread, they'll throw that out. But just because
Ryota Gong swinging and belting way out to left. That is long gone. A towering home run by Jung Ho Kang, a 2-run blast, and the Pirates have the lead.
I guess that's a good answer for the Nationals with the pitch behind his head. Hit one into the second deck in the left field bleachers. Man.
Well, you do not see many hit that far. Jung Ho Kang giving the green light on the 3-0 pitch and just crushed one out to left. And home run puts the Pirates up by 2.
Whew. That was a bomb. Man.
Matt Joyce now on.
Take a look at it again. Just right down the middle, challenge him, and he gets it all. Wow.
As he begins to tick things off in his career, first time he's ever hit a 3-0 home run. He's been getting the green light. We've seen that.
Yeah, with that kind of power, he'll get a lot of 3-0 green lights.
And that'll make you think twice if you're a pitcher, right? To just groove one down the middle like this.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how hard you throw. You can't throw him, just challenge him with fastballs down the middle. He has turned around we've seen him hit, the 98s, the 100s out of the ballpark. Velocity doesn't really mean much to Jung Ho. He is easy, quick enough to hit those out of the ballpark.
Dusty Baker looking on. Jung Ho Kang in the middle of that in the 3rd inning, and one more look. Wow.
I guess the shadows don't mean much. That ball hitting up in the 2nd level.
Foul out of play. Well, when you think about where this offense might be, with the signs we're seeing again from Andrew McCutchen here late in the season, Jung Ho Kang bouncing back after great start to the season, great finish to the season, a middle he'd like to forget, but again, they say don't look in too much into September baseball, but when you see what you've seen in the past, maybe that helps you get encouraged.
It's not meaningless. I think a lot of that too is you're talking about the young guys. That pitch right on the inside part of the plate.
Joyce goes down on strikes, but the Gong home run, a 2-run blast, has put the Pirates up 7-5. We're heading into the 8th inning following this long home run by Jung Ho Kang that's put the Buccos on top. Pirates take the lead 7-5. We're heading to the top of the 8th now, and we got to this lead because of the monster Jung Ho Kang out to left, home run out to left field. Just a blast as we take a look at our Point Park University tweets. Honestly, not sure if the ball Kang hit ever landed or just disintegrated into thin air. Thank you, Bree. Ryan says Jung Ho Kang killed that ball. He did. And Courtney, Jung Ho Kang always bringing it home. That was majestic. And Adam Frazier now in left field. Matt Joyce has moved over to right, and the new pitcher.
Yeah, that's another thing too about Jung Ho's home runs. Very few of them are scraping the back of the fence.
Right.
When he gets them, they're no doubters. Joyce gets to go play in the shade.
And Rivero on the mound for the Buccos. His numbers, Bob.
And they're pretty good numbers. 90 strikeouts in 74 innings. Pretty good 1-2 punch. Nicasio and Rivera coming in at you. I mean, with the strikeouts those two guys have, defense doesn't have to work much.
The bugaboo for Rivero has been the control issues.
He'll work that out. I have faith in him.
2-0 count to Drew. Drew came in a double switch. man the shortstop position.
Nice looking shoes for the 79 unis.
Oh yeah.
Rivero took a little bit of time putting that look together. Check that out, huh? I'm thinking Jay Hay might have had a hand in that.
He the fashion consultant?
When it comes to shoes.
Those are pretty sweet.
Yeah, they are. Got to wear those on Sundays. Sunday specials.
Walked him.
You jinxed him, Rob.
I did.
Yeah, talking about the bugaboo control. I'm going to put that one on you. That you can't bring up any negative stuff.
Wait, but when you said you thought he was going to work it out, that wasn't it? Was me?
No, I was trying to cancel out your negativity with some positive comments.
Fair enough. Yeah, Jason Worth not greeted warmly.
I guess next year he'll have a few boos also coming into this ballpark. I think everybody will remember all the woofing. It kind of looks like Wolfman Jack.
Wolfman Jack.
Talk about.
You pick him up on that little crystal radio you made when you got in the mail?
Yeah, that's right.
One to Worth. The cat call is still coming.
I still, as I said, I just don't understand how he got left in the ball game.
But again, after that pitch behind the head of Gong, Cole was being thrown out of the game, and Worth was the first one out of the dugout.
Yeah, just come running out.
Mike Everett, the crew chief.
Yeah, I guess not being down there, you don't know what's being said. Maybe Worth was. I don't think so. I'm saying this and not really believing it. Maybe he was saying, it's okay, guys, relax, relax. But I don't think that was what was going on.
And maybe when Dusty Baker left third, somebody shot at something from the Pirates dugout first, or maybe Dusty saw it.
No, that didn't happen.
Worth hits this ball hard to straightaway center field over the head of Andrew McCutcheon and out. Well, you talked about poetic justice on the one end. I'm sure the Nationals think this is poetic justice on the other. Worth, the game-tying home run here in the top of the eighth.
Boy, now he will be booed. As everybody here, I'm sure, is like me, thinks he shouldn't even be in the game, period. And he hits the game-tying home run. And that will get the Nationals real fired up, just as we saw the Pirate dugout when Jung Ho went deep. Challenge him with a fastball.
That ball was a missile. It was extremely hard hit.
Yeah, it didn't really get all that high. That was kind of the, was it going to have enough height to get over that fence?
A little trim job on the hedges out there in center field. Ground ball through the hole. On the left side as Trey Turner picks up a base hit. And again, belabor the obvious here, but that's why you hate to see that leadoff walk. You'd like to see the guy earn his way on. A leadoff walk, a two-run homer, and we're tied up.
Absolutely. 100%. You have a cushion so that you can be aggressive. Anytime you're in a scenario where the solo home run is not going to beat you, you have to be aggressive to the strike zone. You don't want to base on balls to bring the tying run to the plate. He's got handcuffed.
Sure did. By the way, Gong way in on the infield grass over at third base. Maybe expecting a bunt here. Throw to first, you mentioned. Must have gone through when it goes from the shadows to the light to the shadows. Maybe trouble picking it up. And then on Revere. Jason Worth. Home run that got him fired up. Got his team back into a tie ball game with the Bucks. 1-1. Well, you talk about that in being aggressive, but I'm sure he was trying to throw strikes, right? I mean,
execution.
Yeah. So we talked about that with A.J. Cole when he was having his troubles in the first.
Yeah, it's not like they're not trying to do what they know they're supposed to do. It just can be harder than you think.
Whew.
Pretty far across there, Mark.
Just be able to hang on to that one and then throw over to first. Discussion with Trey Turner over at first base. Fryer will go to second, and he will get the force. Boy, Fryer leaping out quickly, Bob, to make that play and get the lead runner.
No, Fryer, yeah, I mean, we've seen him run the bases. He's very athletic, and he did come firing out of there.
Ooh.
Yeah, but straight down, got the early bounce.
And that pitch up and in is not the perfect pitch to bunt there either, is it? That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Looked like he was kind of ducking out of there.
Yeah, soft stuff down is probably the easiest.
Wilmer Defoe's 0 for 3. Did draw a walk and score a run in the first. Back when Tyler Glasnow was pitching.
See there with the big leg kick from the lefty is much different than the righty. You can't just take off on first move. You don't know, is he going to come over to first or not? So it's like the clock doesn't start as soon as he moves his leg. The clock really starts for the runner at that point to where you know he's going home.
Leg moves forward.
Right, then you know, and now you start the clock and you're like, wow, even with a big leg kick from that point on, he's like a 1-2. So then you start thinking, well, if I guess right, I can leave at first move and make it easy. But if you guess wrong, you're picked off.
Right, right. And you've seen guys over the years that'll kind of pause with that right leg up in the air.
Kind of hang it there for a moment.
Right, buy him a little time. And even so, you still have a little wiggle room on moving forward a little bit at the lefty before you go over to, what do they call it, like a 45-degree angle?
Francisco Liriano, a good example of somebody that would push that 45-degree rule right to the very edge. He would drop that front foot down almost right dead on that mark to try and make it look like he was going home. Influence that runner to lean a little more towards second or to take off if he was running.
2-2 to Defoe through the left side for a hit. 2 on, 1 out. Bring Heisey to the plate. Scurrying around in the Pirates bullpen as well.
And that's going to be it. Oh no, that's Ray. That's Ray coming out.
Buy a little time. I don't think anybody's warmed up out there.
Nah, looks like Koch's throwing from the front of the mound, so he's definitely not loose.
Boy, the shadows out here. I thought there were 2 guys out there, but there's just one. You see the shadow? Looks like there's 2 guys warming up. But it looked like they're warming up in unison.
The shadow is why I thought Ray was playing. Because he was coming up the steps there in the shadow. I couldn't tell.
Shadows just played a huge part in this game today.
Huge part. Big part.
Ray Searage milked all the moments he could to try to give Koch some time to get warm.
Yeah, you got 30 seconds. But then if you stay there for the whole 30, you probably got an extra, maybe 10 before they actually say something to you. And then you kind of get a little conversation for another 5 or 6 more with the umpire. And then you walk very slow back. And You can buy some time.
Yep. Chris Heisey, as you can see, entered the game, as we mentioned, for Bryce Harper.
And because all the pickoff moves, all that stuff comes from the bench, you could put on a spin move, a step off. I've seen La Russa back in the day. He'd call 4 or 5 pickoff throws in a row over there.
Right.
And then call time and come out and take the guy out of the game.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Because now he's got his pitcher warmed up.
Ooh, Heisey right back through the box.
Got a chance to throw him out.
Here's a throw from McCutchen, and it won't be in time. And the go-ahead run has scored for the Washington Nationals. Ben Revere, good speed, got a good jump. Good throw from McCutchen, but it is 8-7 Washington.
The ball hit out there pretty hard. Got to McCutchen and thought maybe they'd have a shot. Kutch did throw an accurate one hopper to the plate. You can see there's the one hop. One bounce, right on the money, but too late.
Revere runs well, as we know, and really just took off immediately. Got a good jump on a ball that, that carries out to McCutchen as a double play, but was able to score on it easily because, well, not easily, but able to score because of that.
Yeah,
that'll be it for Rivero.
There's so many little shifting parts that have to work out.
So Phil Koch will come in for Rivero. The Nationals have taken the lead with 3 runs here in the 8th. The Pirates out in the bottom of the 7th and here in the top of the 8th. With 2 aboard, they have taken an 8-7 lead. Phil Koch on the mound here for the Pirates as we get ready to resume play, Bob.
The latest of the late arrivers, Phil Koch. Coming along with all the problems, you got all the young guys on the team. You're trying to protect them, so nobody's getting a lot of innings. And you've just had to add pitching, and Phil Koch, the latest.
Interesting. I'm sure you guys, maybe you talked about it, that trade way back when with Xavier Nady going to the Yankees and Damaso Marte. Phil Koch was originally reported to be part of that trade.
Yep. Took us a while, but we got him.
He got him, yeah. Got Phil Koch. Here he is. He's doing some starting at the AAA level. Back to doing what he's done throughout his major league career. That portion of it, and that is relieving. Runners on the corners here. 1 out in the top of the 8th. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Now 2-0. And now they will intentionally walk Rendon to get to the left-handed hitting Clint Robinson, who's on deck. Assuming Robinson will bat. Nobody else up in the Pirates bullpen. Robinson will step to the plate. Oh, no move for a pinch hitter. Bases loaded and 1 out. Once a member of the Pirates organization, Clint Robinson. See the numbers there to your right, and his day filled into the box score there. 1 for 3, a single and a walk. Infield a double play depth for the Pirates. Through the left side by Robinson, that will score a run and give the Nationals a 2-run lead as Heisey had to hold to make sure that ball wouldn't be caught, so it just advances to third, and it's now a 2-run lead for the Nationals, up 9-7.
That didn't work out too well. Yeah, Robinson just kind of not trying to do a whole lot with it. We got a great pitch to hit. It's middle, and he just tries to punch it the other way. They're trying to avoid that double play, not wanting to muscle up and maybe hit a ground ball.
Pedro Severino now to pinch hit. Pirates still looking for 2.
We need the double play badly here. Two hopper to Jordy.
One-0 pitch. 1-1 now to Pedro Severino. Catcher who's noted more for his defensive work. .271 at AAA Syracuse, the Syracuse Chiefs.
Been the Chiefs for a long, long time.
They were the Sky Chiefs, I think, for a little while when they built a new stadium up there. But then they went back to just being the Chiefs. They had that old MacArthur Stadium, and then they built a new stadium not far away.
I can remember playing in the old one.
Big old rickety.
Yeah. Well, they were all big and rickety back in those days. They didn't have all these nice modern kind of miniature major league stadiums that they have nowadays.
Two and two.
Talk about big and rickety is Buffalo had War Memorial.
Oh yeah,
that was big and rickety.
You can see the new stadium, I think, as you're driving up by Buffalo, right off the highway.
The old stadium they filmed The Natural in.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I did not realize that. 3-1 now with nowhere to put Severino. Except first base, and that will force a run home. That's Heisey, who will trot in to make it 10-7 now.
Pirate fans are booing, but not necessarily Worth now.
No. Jason Grilly's dad, Steve, did some color commentating work, I believe, for the Syracuse Chiefs. Former big league pitcher himself.
Breaking ball in there for strike one. Base hit now, kind of might put the game out of reach.
Yep. Nationals looking to deliver a knockout blow, and Koch trying to give the Pirates some hope here.
They said could put them up by 5 runs here late in the game. Tough to come back from that.
Instead, there's a double play you're hoping for. 4, 6, 3. And so the Pirates able to at least keep it to a 3-run deficit. 10-7 as we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Brought to you by Kenny Ross, Total Confidence Pricing, and by Levin Furniture, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
Well, 10-7. There's a future Pittsburgh Pirate. Little Max Drew. And the Pirates get 2 runs in the bottom half. Oh, how about that? Wait a minute, I can't pass that up.
I got a debate coming up here soon.
Third-party candidate here.
Hope you'll be watching.
Yep. Going on the baseball ticket, right? The baseball party.
Why not?
Wow. That says a lot. A very long game.
We're right on schedule.
Yes, we are right on schedule. Bob Walk, I'm Rob King filling in for Steve Blass, who's filling in for Joe Block, who was filling in for Greg Brown today. That's like the definition of a September call. That's 4th string.
Yeah.
Right? Let's get King in there.
4th string.
4th string. There's Sean Kelly. Lots of strikeouts. 78 and 55 innings. 3-1 to Jordy Mercer, trying to get a rally to get the Pirates going here in the bottom half of the 8th inning.
And that the double play ball kept him in reach. You get a couple of guys on now. You get that tying run up there.
Full count.
Looks like Melanson is going through his shadow warm-ups. I don't think he'd be doing that unless somebody told him he's going to be out there. It'll be a save situation.
1 down, and there is Mark Melanson.
As we know, he goes through these warm-ups where he doesn't actually throw the ball, doesn't have a ball. And then just before he needs to go out there. He'll go ahead and get the baseball and go through the normal routine of getting the arm loose.
I suppose that would be warming up just like a guy takes swings with the bats. Did you ever do anything like that?
No. I would, maybe just kind of, you see guys like windmilling their arms.
Yeah,
a little
right.
bit. You get, loose, like stretching your legs. That was, of course, the only way I knew that I was getting up was if the phone rang. I didn't have a roll. Oh, I'm going to pitch the 8th, so I'll get ready here in the 7th. But never in that situation.
There's some of those old black and white videos of the guy would windmill out of the mound, right? Windmill and then go up high with up over the head for the part of the windup. 0-2 to Florimon, lays off. Eric Fryer in the on deck circle. Florimon down on strikes. So 2 away here in the bottom of the 8th. Fryer's made a couple of really nice defensive plays. 1 for 3 at the plate. That one was a triple, scored a run. Been a nice day for Eric Fryer.
Did a pretty nice job for the Pirates period this year, filling in.
Yeah. Wasn't like the one year where they had 8 catchers.
Yeah.
They've had their share.
Yeah, they had to keep going through more and more and more, trying to find somebody that could hold down the fort for a while, and it turned out it was the fort.
Yeah, Fort McHenry. Briefly a Root Sports analyst. Had him in
that's
a
right.
couple post-game shows. There's Francisco Cervelli.
He was a little upset during the the brouhaha.
Fryer lays off that. Kelly thought he might have gotten him.
But it's kind of odd that for me, Cervelli's never mad. So it was weird seeing that.
He is a very upbeat guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was odd seeing him really as upset as he was.
2-2. Fryer wastes that one.
He's always very, he gives the other team to start the day, like tips his hat to the opposing team. And
did it to Mark Melanson in the 9th on Friday night.
Wasn't tipping the hat much.
No.
Everybody was pushing and shoving.
3-2 now. Well, and Fryer will go down here on strikes as Kelly gets the 2nd strikeout of the inning, and we head to the 9th with the Nationals up by the score of 10-7. 7 as we get ready for the 9th inning between the Bucks and Nats here at PNC Park. The Pirates wrap up their final home stretch of the season with a 4-game series against the Cubs. In Game 1 of the series tomorrow, Chad Kuhl gets the start for the Bucks, looking for his 6th win. Kyle Hendricks starts for the Cubs. He leads all of baseball with a 2.06 ERA. Join us tomorrow at 6:30 with Pirates pregame, presented by WB Mason on Root Sports. Boy, Hendricks, what a year for him. He almost kind of kept waiting for that to stop happening, and he just...
Well, yeah, he's not, one of the big guys. Well, he is now.
Right.
And when the season started, that's not the guy you were looking to avoid in their starting rotation. But he's got an ERA down where you have it when you have those career years. I mean, it's almost in the ones, 2.06.
Joe Ross got the start yesterday, getting another appearance today, this time as a pinch hitter, 263 hitter. 1-1. As an RBI this season, a couple of doubles.
Very talented young man. Can do it with the bat, and he's got that great slider.
He and his brother Tyson, another really good arm out in San Diego. One-two pitch. Veteran lefty Phil Koch. Pretty good rip. Pretty good fastball from Koch, too, at 94.
Yeah, very good fastball. Koch had a little zip on that one.
It's played by Freeze. He'll take it himself. Boy, Ross hustling down the line.
Yeah, he got thrown out the other day on a routine ground ball. I think it was to Jung Ho, and there was nothing, no bobbling, no anything, routine, everything, but got him by half a step, and that's not pitcher-like. And Ross, most pitchers right about now is when they start jogging because they know they're out. Ross, he kept going hard down that line.
Trey Turner up 1 for 2 after entering the game in the middle innings.
You're excited when you feel the ball hit the bat. You're excited. You make contact, and that little bit of enthusiasm, adrenaline hits in, and those first couple steps, you're like, yeah. And then you see the ball just routinely handled by somebody, and then it's like, okay, just jog on first. But you do get that adrenaline rush when you can feel contact and you know it's a fair ball. You're not striking out this time.
Did you ever pinch hit?
No, never did. Hit the pinch run a couple of times. They always use the expendable starting pitcher to pinch run. Doesn't matter if he gets hurt. Like you wouldn't send out Draybeck to pinch run. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Teak did a little pinch running, I think.
No, not saying anything there, Teak. But if they send you out to pinch run and put you in harm's way, well, who knows?
And as a hitter,
maybe Teak was just real fast.
I don't think he was.
Well, then
he says he wasn't, and he also loves to say that he was, as a hitter, he was 5 for 15 in his career.
Oh, that's real good.
5 hits in 15 years.
Oh, that's not real good.
Ben Revere 3 for 5. Singled in the first, singled in the second, singled in the sixth. Scored a couple of runs. Mark Melanson warming up in the Nationals bullpen as Revere lifts a fly ball, and Andrew McCutchen will settle under. And the Pirates, with their last at bats coming up, and they will come against a familiar face. Mark Melancon will do the turn. Melancon going to take the hill for the Washington Nationals, trying to put away this victory, which will give the Nationals 2 out of 3 here at PNC Park, and which would drop the Pirates a game below 500. And there is Mark the Shark, who pitched against his former team on Friday night. Didn't work out too well for him, but it's been another great season.
Yeah, it has, for sure. He's absolutely one of the finest closers in the game right now, and not going to blow too many of them, but we did get to him. Sean Rodriguez got to him. Hit that ball out to the bullpen fence.
Looked like Trey Turner even got a little tiny piece of glove on that shot on Friday night.
Couldn't really tell for sure. My excuse is always I was working radio that
Oh,
night.
I see. Gotcha. Ball was rocketed out there by Sean Rodriguez.
Not that I don't have the same monitor over there.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
But I always use that. I was on radio. I didn't get a good look. There's the old Expo uniform. The Nationals used to be.
Did you like playing games up there? Olympic Stadium?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. You going in for any place, for 3 days. And it was so different going to Montreal, especially back then. And there was a lot of talk back in those days of secession. And it was exciting.
That's right. That's right. The French-speaking people, for those that aren't aware of your
they didn't want to be
geopolitical history.
They didn't want to be part of English-speaking Canada. They wanted their own country. And I'm sure that a lot of them still feel that way, but it's kind of quieted down nowadays.
Sort of the Brexit before the Brexit,
yeah.
Right? That British exit thing. Right?
Quebec wanted to.
1-1 pitch. I was over in Scotland a couple years ago when they had that vote, and they asking first time around, well, what do you think? And if you talk to one side, oh, it's never going to happen. And the other side, oh, it's absolutely going to happen. Of course, it didn't happen the first time, but it's subsequently happened. Not in Canada, but in Scotland.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Rogers may see some action this inning. It's Frazier on the deck. The on-deck circle is Mark Melancon. Gets set to pitch to David Freese at the 2-1 count. Fouled off, caught, 2-2.
See the spin on that ball. That's the cutter. kind of like a torpedo look, the way it goes in there, like throwing a football.
And that was a great shot. You saw that how late it moved. And there's another cutter.
93. That's nice velocity for a cut fastball. You're losing a little bit of the velocity because of the fact your power fingers aren't staying behind the ball. They're coming off a little bit to the side to put that spin on it. So you're not getting quite the push that you normally would. But Melancon able to keep the velocity right up there. I mean, he's not going to throw the ball, a fastball, much harder than 93.
Adam Frazier up, came in as a part of a double switch. Takes a strike.
There's some guys they'll throw fastballs at 94, and then they'll throw a ball at 89, 90 and call it a cutter. And I'm like, for me, that's not a cutter. If you're losing that much velocity off the pitch, just go ahead and call it a nice little short slider.
Gotcha.
But if you can throw that pitch pretty close to your fastball speed, okay, now it's a cut fastball. And Melancon certainly does that.
Remember Roy Halladay in his prime had the sinker and the cut fastball that moved at almost the same velocities in entirely different directions. Frazier will ground to second. Again.
That cutter was 92, got in on Frazier's hands. And that and the outstanding control are two of the things that makes Melancon so effective. And I'll throw in that curveball that he has when he's really looking for a swing and miss pitch. That's what he'll do. He'll set it up a little bit with that cutter, and he'll drop the hook in there, especially against lefties, and get his strikeouts that way.
And he just shows the fastball. Really doesn't throw it. Pretty much just the cutter and the curve.
There'll be times where he pitches maybe 3 or 4 times in a row that I don't see the fastballs. It's just either cutters or curves. And the only way you can really tell is if you're getting a good look from our camera to see the spin.
Jason Rogers pinch hitting, takes the ball up high. And you talk about having, you know, here you talk sometimes about having character in the strike zone. If your pitch has enough character, you can get somebody out. Well,
in the strike zone.
If you're a righty, you know it's going to break away from you, right? So there's never anything that's going to come in, but he still just keeps getting them out, right? And he's got character on those pitches.
And another thing he'll do at times that I've seen mess righties up is he'll throw that cutter inside to where he starts it as a ball, and he'll try to just have it come over and just nip the inside corner. Now, to do that, you got to have Melancon type control to be able to have confidence that you're not going to throw one right down the middle. There's the hook. So you just drop that one in there.
Right. Keeps guys from leaning out, trying to take that ball that's breaking away from him. So 1-2 now. Rogers, ground ball to short. Over to first, and that's it. Now the Washington Nationals in a game fueled by a near fight between the two teams as they came out, emptied the benches. The Nationals celebrating here last night at PNC Park, and then they come from behind in a game that otherwise wouldn't have meant a whole lot to them, and I bet they feel pretty good heading into their clubhouse about this one today.
Yeah, it depends on Harper. If he's
right,
hurt, they're not going to feel it.
Good point.
I mean, we don't know what happened there. He was taken out of the ball game. Don't know exactly what the deal is with his thumb, but yeah, they're pretty happy, especially with the Worth home run. I'm sure that in their minds makes them think they got some revenge. But really, the game for those guys, other than personal stats, didn't really mean a whole lot. They're just trying to get ready for the playoffs right now.
The Washington Nationals will be heading obviously to the postseason. Their record improves to 91-64. The Pirates drop a game under 500, 77-78, as we head back to Kent DeColby and Dan Potash in section 103. Guys.